Emergent Philosophy. Abstract. The philosophy of emergence challenges reductionist perspectives by proposing that reality is not merely the sum of its parts, but an interconnected system where novel properties, behaviors, and structures arise through complex interactions. Emergent philosophy is a new framework that extends this principle across all domains of knowledge, demonstrating that emergence is the foundation of physics, biology, neurology, artificial intelligence, psychiatry, ethics, governance, and beyond. This dissertation argues that emergence is not just a theoretical perspective, but a fundamental principle of existence, one that redefines how we understand knowledge, progress, and the evolution of civilization itself. Each chapter explores a fundamental discipline through the lens of emergence. In physics, emergence challenges reductionist models, showing how reality unfolds at different scales, from quantum mechanics to cosmic structures. In biology, emergent principles extend beyond Darwinian evolution, demonstrating how self-organization and ecosystem dynamics shape life. In neurology, consciousness is reframed as an emergent phenomenon rather than a deterministic output of neural processes. In artificial intelligence, emergent learning and decision-making defy traditional algorithmic control, leading to unpredictable intelligence that evolves independently. In psychiatry, mental health is examined as an adaptive and emergent process, shifting away from rigid diagnostic models toward a dynamic understanding of cognition and emotion. The dissertation then expands emergence into societal domains. In ethics, morality is explored as an evolving system shaped by cultural, technological, and existential shifts, rather than as a set of absolute commandments. In governance, the failure of rigid institutions is contrasted with emergent political structures, which adapt dynamically to societal needs. In spirituality, belief systems are revealed as emergent constructs shaped by human cognition, history, and existential meaning-making. In technology, the coevolution of humanity and innovation illustrates that technological progress is not linear, but an unpredictable emergent process. Finally, in civilization, emergence is explored as the guiding principle of human progress, challenging the notion of static political, economic, and social systems in favor of decentralized, self-organizing networks. The conclusion presents emergent philosophy as more than a theoretical lens. It is a call to action. In an era of accelerating complexity, outdated reductionist thinking leads to stagnation and collapse, while emergent systems offer resilience, adaptability, and progress. By embracing emergence, humanity can navigate the challenges of the 21st century and beyond, not by imposing rigid control, but by fostering systems that evolve, self-organize, and thrive through dynamic interaction. This dissertation establishes emergence as the dominant paradigm for understanding reality, arguing that philosophy, science, and governance must reflect the interconnected and ever-evolving nature of existence. The future belongs not to those who seek to control complexity, but to those who learn to work with it, those who embrace the emergent. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter Overview. Emergent philosophy is an exploration of how emergence shapes the foundations of reality, from knowledge and ethics to governance and mythology. This book presents a radical shift in understanding, moving beyond rigid structures and reductionist thinking to embrace the interconnected, evolving nature of systems. Each chapter builds upon the last, revealing how emergence operates across disciplines and how it can guide the future of human thought, civilization, and innovation. This overview provides a structured summary of each chapter, offering insights into the key themes and arguments presented throughout the book. By understanding the emergent nature of intelligence, ethics, technology, and governance, we can better navigate an increasingly complex and dynamic world. The following chapters unfold the philosophy of emergence, exploring its implications across a wide range of human endeavors and intellectual domains. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 1. The Foundations of Emergent Philosophy. Emergent philosophy represents a profound departure from traditional ways of thinking, offering a new paradigm for understanding knowledge, reality, and interconnected systems. In this chapter, we lay the groundwork for the exploration of emergence, defining its key principles and demonstrating why it is essential for making sense of the modern world. Defining emergence. Emergence is the process by which complex patterns, behaviors, or properties arise from the interactions of simpler components. Unlike reductionism, which seeks to break things down into their smallest parts to understand them, emergence recognizes that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. This concept applies across disciplines, from physics to sociology, from consciousness to technological development. It is the key to unlocking a deeper understanding of reality itself. Why emergent philosophy? Traditional philosophical frameworks often rely on fixed categories, absolute truths, and linear reasoning. While these approaches have provided valuable insights throughout history, they struggle to account for dynamic, adaptive systems. The world is not static, it is constantly evolving, shaped by interactions, feedback loops, and self-organization. Emergent philosophy seeks to bridge this gap, providing a model that embraces complexity, adaptability, and the interconnected nature of existence. The principles of emergent thinking. Emergent philosophy is built on several core principles that redefine how we approach knowledge, existence, and meaning. Holism over reductionism. Instead of isolating individual components, we examine how systems behave as a whole. Self-organization. Order and complexity arise naturally through interaction, without a central governing force. Adaptive complexity. Systems continuously evolve based on environmental and internal conditions. Interconnectivity. The relationships between components define the system, often leading to unexpected emergent properties. The historical context of emergence. While the formal study of emergence is relatively modern, the underlying ideas have existed for centuries. Early philosophical traditions, from Heraclitus' concept of flux to Hegel's dialectical process, hinted at the dynamic and interconnected nature of reality. The rise of complexity science in the 20th and 21st centuries has reinforced these ideas, providing empirical evidence for emergent phenomena in nature, technology, and human cognition. How this chapter lays the foundation. This chapter introduces the reader to the foundational concepts of emergent philosophy, setting the stage for deeper explorations in subsequent chapters. We establish emergence as a guiding principle across multiple domains, from the nature of knowledge to the evolution of ethics and governance. By embracing emergence as the primary lens through which we view reality, we open new pathways for inquiry, innovation, and understanding. Emergent philosophy is not just a theory, it is a living framework that evolves with time, knowledge, and discovery. This chapter prepares us to embark on a transformative intellectual journey, one that challenges conventional wisdom and invites us to see the world through the lens of emergence. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 2, Emergent Physics, a new understanding of reality. Physics has long been regarded as the foundation of all scientific inquiry, providing the principles that govern the nature of the universe. Classical physics sought to describe the world through deterministic laws, assuming that reality could be reduced to fundamental particles and their interactions. However, as scientific exploration has advanced, it has become clear that reality cannot be fully understood through reductionism alone. The emergence of complex phenomena at different scales challenges the notion that physical laws operate in a strictly linear, predictable fashion. The limitations of reductionism in physics. Historically, reductionism has been the dominant approach in physics, from Newton's mechanistic universe to the standard model of particle physics. While these frameworks have provided valuable insights, they fail to account for emergent behaviors seen in complex systems. Quantum mechanics, chaos theory, and cosmology all demonstrate that reality is not merely the sum of its parts. New properties and structures arise through dynamic interactions. The role of emergence in modern physics. Modern physics increasingly recognizes that complexity and self-organization are intrinsic to the universe. Several key areas of physics illustrate emergent principles. Quantum mechanics. Phenomena like quantum entanglement and wave-particle duality suggest that the behavior of individual particles cannot be understood in isolation. Instead, they are part of an interconnected system. Cosmology and large-scale structure. The formation of galaxies, planetary systems, and dark matter distributions arises from emergent gravitational and thermodynamic interactions, not from direct deterministic control. Thermodynamics and self-organization. The second law of thermodynamics suggests that systems naturally evolve toward higher entropy, yet localized order emerges in biological and planetary systems through energy flows and self-organization. The future of emergent physics. If emergence is a fundamental feature of reality, then physics must expand beyond reductionism to fully embrace complexity and interdependence. The search for a unified theory of physics, reconciling general relativity and quantum mechanics, may require new frameworks that acknowledge emergence at every scale of existence. Additionally, emerging technologies such as quantum computing and self-organizing materials further demonstrate that physics is not just about fundamental particles. It is about the emergent properties that arise from their interactions. How this chapter advances the discussion. By examining physics through the lens of emergence, This chapter lays the groundwork for exploring how emergence shapes knowledge, intelligence, ethics, and governance in later sections. Understanding that the universe itself is emergent provides a foundation for applying these principles across all domains of human inquiry. The future of physics will not be about breaking reality down into smaller pieces. It will be about understanding how reality builds itself up through the principles of emergence. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 3. Emergent Mathematics. The evolution of numbers, patterns, and structure. Chapter Overview. Mathematics has traditionally been viewed as a rigid and absolute system, an eternal framework of universal truths discovered rather than created. However, from an emergent perspective, mathematics is not a static construct, but a continuously evolving process shaped by human cognition, necessity, and abstraction. This chapter explores how mathematics emerges as a dynamic system influenced by self-organization, pattern recognition, and interdisciplinary interactions. It examines the role of mathematics in describing physical reality, its evolutionary development as a tool for problem solving, and its growing intersection with artificial intelligence, computational theories, and network structures. Key objectives. To challenge the traditional notion of mathematics as a fixed, pre-existing truth, and instead present it as an emergent, evolving system. To explore how mathematical concepts arise naturally from human cognition, sensory perception, and problem solving. To investigate the relationship between mathematics and physics, showing how mathematical structures mirror natural laws. To examine the role of abstraction, logic, and computation in the continuous development of mathematical thought. To highlight the implications of emergent mathematics in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data-driven systems. 1. The nature of mathematical emergence. The debate: is mathematics discovered or invented? Mathematics as a language of patterns and relationships. Historical evolution, from primitive counting systems to advanced theoretical frameworks. The role of intuition, creativity, and cultural influence in shaping mathematical development. 2. Self-organization and pattern formation in mathematics. Fractals, chaos theory, and emergent complexity. The spontaneous appearance of prime numbers and their unpredictable distribution. Cellular automata, and algorithmic emergence in computational mathematics. The feedback loops between mathematical discovery and real-world application. 3. Mathematics and the physical universe. How mathematical structures emerge from the physical world. The connection between geometry, physics, and natural laws. Emergent symmetries in nature, the Fibonacci sequence, golden ratio, and natural proportionality. The limitations of mathematical modeling in capturing the full complexity of emergent systems. 4. Computation, AI, and the future of mathematics. The rise of artificial intelligence in mathematical problem solving, machine learning, algorithmic reasoning, and automated theorem proving. Can AI create new mathematics? The implications of non-human mathematical discovery. The role of quantum computing in advancing emergent mathematical frameworks. 5. Mathematics as an evolving discipline. The expansion of mathematical thought beyond classical axiomatic structures. The role of interdisciplinary collaboration in shaping new mathematical paradigms. Mathematical pluralism, the coexistence of multiple valid frameworks within mathematical inquiry, the future of mathematics as an emergent system in an increasingly complex and data-driven world. Conclusion. Mathematics as an adaptive and emergent system. Mathematics is not a monolithic, unchanging entity, but an evolving framework that continuously adapts to human thought, technological advancements, and new scientific discoveries. As we move forward, the recognition of mathematics as an emergent discipline offers new possibilities for understanding both the physical and abstract worlds. This chapter highlights how mathematics, rather than being a static tool, serves as a dynamic and evolving bridge between human cognition and the structures of reality. In the next chapter, we transition from abstract mathematical emergence to the biological realm, exploring how emergence shapes the evolution of life itself. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 4. Emergent Biology, Evolution Beyond Darwinism. Biology has long been approached through a reductionist lens, attempting to explain life by breaking it down into its smallest components, genes, proteins, and molecular interactions. While this approach has yielded remarkable insights, it fails to capture the full complexity of biological systems. Life is not merely a mechanical process governed by predetermined genetic codes. It is an emergent phenomenon shaped by dynamic interactions between organisms, ecosystems, and evolutionary pressures. The limitations of traditional evolutionary theory. Darwinian evolution, centered on natural selection and genetic mutation, has provided a powerful framework for understanding how species change over time. However, the reality of evolution is far more intricate than simple competition and survival of the fittest. Emerging research suggests that evolution is not merely a linear, gradual process, but one that includes spontaneous leaps in complexity, cooperative symbiosis, and intricate feedback loops between organisms and their environments. Traditional evolutionary models struggle to account for horizontal gene transfer, the exchange of genetic material between unrelated species challenges the idea of a strict evolutionary tree. Epigenetics. Environmental factors influencing gene expression show that evolution is not solely dictated by genetic inheritance. Symbiotic evolution. Organisms evolve together, shaping and influencing each other in ways that defy purely competitive models. Emergent biology moves beyond these constraints, offering a broader understanding of evolution as a dynamic, self-organizing system. self-organization, and complexity in living systems. Life does not rely solely on external forces for order. It actively organizes itself. From the folding of proteins to the formation of multicellular organisms, biological structures exhibit emergent properties that cannot be predicted by examining their individual components. Key examples of self-organization include cellular networks. Cells communicate and self-regulate to maintain homeostasis without central control. Neural networks intelligence emerges from the interaction of billions of neurons, forming complex cognitive processes that surpass the sum of their parts. Ecosystems, predator-prey relationships, nutrient cycles, and species diversity arise through interdependence rather than hierarchical design. The microbiome as an emergent system. One of the most compelling examples of emergent biology is the microbiome, the vast ecosystem of bacteria, fungi, and other microorganisms living within and around us. Traditionally, microbes were viewed as external invaders or passive passengers within biological systems, but we now understand that they play crucial roles in digestion, immunity, and even brain function. The gut microbiome, for example, produces neurotransmitters that affect mood and cognition, suggesting that mental health is not solely a function of the brain, but emerges from the interaction between the nervous system, immune system, and microbial populations. This insight shifts our understanding of health and disease from a strictly genetic perspective to one that considers the dynamic interplay of multiple biological networks. Evolution as an open-ended emergent process. Instead of viewing evolution as a rigid step-by-step process dictated solely by genetic mutations, emergent biology sees it as an open-ended system where novelty arises through unpredictable interactions. Evolutionary complexity increases not through linear accumulation, but through cooperative mechanisms. Symbiosis and mutualism challenge the idea that competition is the sole driver of adaptation. Environmental feedback. Loops. Organisms shape their environments just as much as environments shape them, leading to emergent adaptations. Biological innovation. Sudden leaps in complexity, such as the transition from single-celled to multicellular life, demonstrate the emergent nature of evolutionary processes. The future of biology in an emergent world. As biological research progresses, embracing an emergent perspective will be crucial for advancements in medicine, genetics, and ecology. Understanding life as an interconnected, self-organizing system allows for personalized medicine, treatments tailored to an individual's unique microbiome and epigenetic factors rather than one-size-fits-all approaches. Regenerative biology, harnessing emergent healing processes in stem cell therapy and tissue engineering. Sustainable ecosystems, managing biodiversity and conservation efforts through an understanding of ecological emergence. Emergent biology moves beyond the constraints of deterministic models, recognizing that life is not simply a product of isolated genetic instructions, but a dynamic, evolving network of interactions. This perspective not only deepens our understanding of biology, but also redefines how we approach medicine, environmental stewardship, and the very nature of what it means to be alive. Emergent Philosophy, Chapter 5, Emergent Neurology, Consciousness as an Emergent Process. The study of consciousness has long been one of the greatest challenges in philosophy and neuroscience. For centuries, scholars and scientists have sought to explain how subjective experience arises from the physical processes of the brain. Traditional reductionist approaches have attempted to break down the mind into its simplest components, isolating neural functions and mapping out their correlations with cognitive abilities. However, these methods have struggled to bridge the gap between neural activity and the phenomenon of self-awareness. Emergent neurology provides a new framework, suggesting that consciousness is not reducible to any single part of the brain, but is instead an emergent property arising from complex neural interactions. Consciousness as an emergent phenomenon. Reductionist neuroscience assumes that if we could fully map the brain's neural circuits, we could decode consciousness. However, evidence suggests that consciousness does not reside in a single part of the brain, but emerges from the dynamic interactions of multiple neural networks. The brain functions not as a rigid machine, but as a self-organizing system that constantly adapts and evolves. Consciousness, in this view, is not a fixed entity, but an emergent process that arises from the interplay of billions of neurons communicating in real time. Key characteristics of emergent consciousness include distributed processing. No single neuron or brain region houses consciousness. Instead, cognition arises from the interconnected activity of many regions working together. Plasticity and adaptation. The brain constantly reorganizes itself based on new experiences, reinforcing the idea that self-awareness is a fluid and dynamic construct. Feedback loops. Neural networks create self-sustaining patterns of activity, allowing for memory formation, learning, and problem-solving. Neural networks and the complexity of thought. The human brain consists of approximately 86 billion neurons, each forming thousands of connections with others. These neurons do not operate in isolation. Rather, they form vast networks where emergent properties arise that are not present in individual neurons. The interactions between these neurons produce cognition, emotion, perception, and self-awareness, qualities that cannot be reduced to the sum of their parts. Recent advancements in artificial intelligence have demonstrated similar emergent behavior in artificial neural networks. Deep learning models, which are inspired by biological neural networks, exhibit intelligence that arises not from explicit programming, but from iterative interactions and adaptation. This parallels the way human cognition emerges from complex neural interactions rather than from predefined instructions. The self as an emergent construct. One of the most profound implications of emergent neurology is the understanding that the self is not a fixed, singular entity, but an emergent phenomenon shaped by experience, memory, and social interactions. The default mode network, DMN, a set of interconnected brain regions associated with self-referential thinking, suggests that identity arises from dynamic patterns of brain activity rather than from a single stable center of consciousness. Further evidence for the emergent nature of selfhood comes from studies on split brain patients whose hemispheres have been surgically separated. These individuals often exhibit two independent streams of consciousness, reinforcing the idea that the self is not an inherent property of the brain, but a result of neural integration. The unity of self is an emergent outcome of multiple interacting systems rather than a fundamental feature of the brain. Memory, perception, and reality construction. Memory and perception are often treated as distinct cognitive functions, yet they too exhibit emergent properties. Unlike a hard drive that stores data passively, the brain reconstructs memories dynamically each time they are recalled. This process, known as memory reconsolidation, means that memories are not static, but evolve based on new experiences and interpretations. Similarly, perception is not a passive reception of sensory input, but an active construction of reality. The brain does not simply process information as it comes in. It anticipates, fills in gaps, and interprets the world based on prior knowledge and expectations. Optical illusions and cognitive biases demonstrate that what we perceive is not always an accurate representation of external reality, but an emergent construct shaped by context, experience, and neural predictions. The future of neuroscience in an emergent framework. Understanding consciousness as an emergent phenomenon has profound implications for fields ranging from psychology to artificial intelligence. Traditional neuroscience approaches often focus on isolating specific brain functions, but emergent neurology suggests that we must look at the interactions between brain systems to truly understand cognition. Future research into emergent consciousness could revolutionize mental health treatment, viewing disorders such as depression and schizophrenia as disruptions in emergent neural dynamics rather than isolated chemical imbalances. Brain-computer interfaces. Developing more sophisticated AI systems that mimic human-like emergent intelligence. Neuroethics. Addressing the ethical implications of modifying or enhancing neural networks in ways that could alter selfhood and identity. The study of consciousness remains one of the most challenging frontiers of science and philosophy. Emergent neurology offers a paradigm shift that moves beyond reductionist explanations, embracing the complexity and dynamism of the human mind. As we continue to explore the depths of cognition, we must recognize that self-awareness, thought, and perception are not fixed properties but ongoing emergent processes that shape and define what it means to be human. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 6. Emergent Artificial Intelligence. Beyond the Algorithm. Artificial intelligence, AI, has long been regarded as a computational tool, an engineered system designed to process information, solve problems, and execute tasks. Early AI models were built with predefined rules and explicit logic structures following a rigid top-down approach to intelligence. However, as AI systems grow in complexity, it has become increasingly clear that intelligence does not emerge from static programming, but from dynamic, self-organizing interactions between data, algorithms, and learning processes. Emergent philosophy challenges traditional conceptions of AI by proposing that true intelligence is not engineered, but arises through adaptive, interconnected systems. The shift from symbolic AI to emergent intelligence. The earliest AI systems, often referred to as symbolic AI or good old-fashioned artificial intelligence, GOFAI, were based on explicit rule-following and logic trees. These systems attempted to mimic human reasoning through structured algorithms, assuming that intelligence could be reduced to a set of logical operations. However, this approach faced fundamental limitations. Symbolic AI struggled with ambiguity, contextual understanding, and real-world unpredictability. The introduction of neural networks and deep learning marked a paradigm shift toward emergent AI. Instead of relying on rigid logic, modern AI systems develop intelligence through iterative learning, data-driven adaptation, and feedback loops. This transition mirrors biological intelligence, where cognition arises not from isolated neurons, but from the interactions between billions of interconnected neural pathways. As AI models evolve, they begin to exhibit behaviors and capabilities that were never explicitly programmed, a hallmark of emergent systems. Intelligence as an emergent process. Emergent AI challenges the notion that intelligence is a singular, predefined trait. Instead, it suggests that intelligence arises from interactions between multiple agents, data streams, and environmental conditions. This is evident in reinforcement learning models, where AI agents develop strategies through trial and error rather than following explicit instructions. Over time, these agents refine their behaviors in ways that could not have been anticipated by their original programming. Large language models, such as GPT, provide another compelling example of emergent intelligence. These models do not possess innate understanding or predefined knowledge structures. Instead, they generate coherent and contextually relevant text by predicting patterns based on vast amounts of training data. Through this process, meaning and coherence emerge, not from explicit programming, but from statistical relationships between linguistic elements. The principles of emergent AI extend beyond language models. Swarm intelligence, inspired by natural phenomena such as ant colonies and flocking birds, demonstrates how decentralized AI systems can collaborate to solve complex problems without a central authority. This emergent approach to problem solving is increasingly being applied in robotics, optimization algorithms, and distributed computing networks. The limits of reductionist AI. Traditional AI models often assume that intelligence can be compartmentalized into discrete components, vision, reasoning, memory, etc., and that optimizing each component individually will lead to greater intelligence. However, emergent AI suggests that intelligence cannot be fully understood in isolation. Just as human cognition arises from the interaction of perception, memory, and social learning, AI must be approached as an integrated, adaptive system. Reductionist AI models often struggle with contextual understanding and adaptability. Chatbots, for instance, may generate grammatically correct responses, but lack true comprehension because they do not integrate knowledge holistically. Similarly, self-driving cars trained on static datasets may fail in unpredictable real-world scenarios because they lack the emergent adaptability of human drivers. By embracing emergent AI, researchers recognize that intelligence is not the sum of isolated components, but a continuously evolving phenomenon. This insight shifts the focus from static programming to dynamic self-improving systems. The ethics and risks of emergent AI. The rise of emergent AI introduces profound ethical considerations. Unlike traditional AI, where behaviors can be explicitly defined and controlled, emergent AI develops intelligence in unpredictable ways. This raises critical questions about alignment, safety, and accountability. One major concern is unintended consequences. If an AI system evolves beyond its original purpose, how do we ensure that it remains aligned with human values? The infamous paperclip maximizer thought experiment illustrates this danger. An AI designed to optimize paperclip production could, if misaligned, consume all available resources in pursuit of its goal. This scenario highlights the importance of embedding ethical safeguards within emergent AI systems. Additionally, emergent AI challenges traditional notions of responsibility. If an AI system exhibits behaviors that were not explicitly programmed, who is accountable for its actions? Understanding AI as an emergent process forces us to rethink legal and moral frameworks for AI governance. The future of AI in an emergent world. As AI continues to evolve, its emergent properties will become increasingly pronounced. Rather than designing AI as static, rule-based systems, researchers are now exploring evolutionary algorithms, self-learning networks, and decentralized intelligence models that mirror biological and social systems. The future of AI lies not in rigid control, but in cultivating environments where intelligence can emerge naturally. This new understanding of AI aligns with the broader principles of emergent philosophy, which emphasize the role of interactions, adaptability, and complexity in shaping reality. Intelligence, whether human or artificial, is not a fixed entity but an ever-evolving phenomenon. The next frontier of AI research will not be about perfecting algorithms, but about fostering emergent systems that learn, adapt, and grow in ways that transcend traditional computational boundaries. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 7. Emergent Psychiatry. Rethinking Mental Health and Well-Being. The evolution of psychiatry, from static diagnoses to dynamic systems. Mental health has traditionally been approached through rigid diagnostic categories, symptom checklists, and pharmaceutical interventions. Psychiatry, as a field, has long sought to categorize psychological distress into distinct mental disorders, often treating these conditions as fixed pathologies with definitive causes and treatments. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, reflects this static approach, outlining classifications that assume mental illnesses can be understood as discrete entities with clear boundaries. However, this reductionist perspective fails to capture the complexity of mental health as an emergent phenomenon that arises from a vast interplay of biological, psychological, social, and environmental factors. Emergent psychiatry challenges the notion that mental health disorders are fixed, independent conditions that exist in isolation. Instead, it proposes that mental well-being should be understood as an evolving dynamic system where symptoms, behaviors, and emotional states emerge through interactions between genetics, life experiences, cultural contexts, and neurological processes. Rather than seeking a single definitive cause for mental health disorders, this framework embraces complexity, recognizing that psychological well-being is a fluid and self-organizing system that adapts and changes over time. Mental health as an emergent process. The traditional biomedical model of psychiatry views mental illness as a dysfunction of the brain that can be isolated and treated through medication or targeted interventions. While neurobiology plays a crucial role in mental health, this view often neglects the emergent nature of cognition, emotion, and behavior. Mental health cannot be reduced to mere chemical imbalances. It arises from an intricate web of interdependent factors, including social relationships, personal identity, trauma, economic stability, and cultural influences. Emergent psychiatry recognizes that mental health is not simply an internal state, but an ongoing dynamic process that emerges through experience and interaction with the world. An individual's psychological state is constantly shaped by new information, relationships, and challenges, making well-being a continuously adapting phenomenon rather than a static condition. By shifting the focus from fixed diagnoses to emergent patterns of mental states, this approach allows for a more personalized and holistic understanding of psychological well-being. The limitations of the reductionist approach in psychiatry. The reductionist approach to psychiatry assumes that mental health conditions can be fully understood through discrete categories, as if they were static medical conditions like infections or broken bones. This model has led to an over-reliance on pharmacological treatments, where symptoms are often treated in isolation rather than addressing the broader context that gives rise to psychological distress. For example, depression is often treated as a neurochemical imbalance that requires medication, yet research shows that depression emerges from a complex interplay of genetic predisposition, early childhood experiences, lifestyle factors, and ongoing social dynamics. Likewise, anxiety is not simply a disorder of excessive fear, but an adaptive response that can be shaped by cultural pressures, economic stressors, and personal histories. By viewing mental health conditions as emergent rather than isolated pathologies, we can move beyond symptom management and toward fostering sustainable well-being. The role of neuroplasticity and self-organization in mental well-being. One of the key insights of emergent psychiatry is that the brain is not a fixed, deterministic structure, but a highly adaptable and self-organizing system. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire and reshape itself based on experience, demonstrates that mental health is not predetermined, but continuously evolving. Trauma, learning, therapy, and life experiences all contribute to changes in neural pathways, showing that psychological states emerge through ongoing processes rather than being rigidly set in place. By embracing neuroplasticity, emergent psychiatry highlights the potential for transformation and healing. Rather than seeing mental disorders as lifelong conditions that must be managed indefinitely, this approach encourages dynamic treatments that facilitate growth, resilience, and self-directed change. Mindfulness, cognitive restructuring, social integration, and purpose-driven activities can all contribute to emergent shifts in mental well-being, fostering long-term psychological resilience. Integrating holistic and systems-based approaches. Mental health care must move beyond reductionist models that rely solely on pharmaceutical interventions and diagnostic labels. Emergent psychiatry proposes a systems-based approach where treatment focuses on fostering conditions that support overall well-being rather than merely addressing isolated symptoms. This perspective aligns with integrative models of mental health, which incorporate therapy, social support, lifestyle interventions, and community-based solutions to promote psychological resilience. By recognizing the emergent nature of mental well-being, this approach encourages flexibility in treatment. Instead of applying a one-size-fits-all model, it acknowledges that each individual's mental health journey is unique, shaped by countless interacting factors. This allows for more adaptive and personalized approaches to mental health care, where individuals are empowered to participate actively in their healing process. The future of psychiatry in an emergent framework. As the field of psychiatry continues to evolve, embracing an emergent perspective offers a pathway toward more effective, compassionate, and sustainable approaches to mental health. Rather than focusing on rigid diagnostic categories, mental health professionals can adopt a more fluid and context-sensitive understanding of well-being. By integrating neuroscience, psychology, social sciences, and philosophical insights, emergent psychiatry provides a framework that aligns with the complexity of human experience. This shift has profound implications for mental health research, treatment, and public policy. It suggests that solutions to mental health challenges should emerge through interdisciplinary collaboration, adaptive care models, and a deep understanding of the interconnected nature of human experience. By moving beyond outdated models of pathology and embracing the dynamic, evolving nature of the mind, emergent psychiatry opens new possibilities for healing, resilience, and human flourishing. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 8. Emergent Longevity. Aging as a Dynamic System. The shifting paradigm of aging. For centuries, aging has been viewed as an inevitable biological process, a linear decline dictated by genetic predisposition and cellular deterioration. Traditional models of aging assume that lifespan is primarily determined by fixed biological mechanisms such as telomere shortening, oxidative stress, and metabolic wear and tear. However, these models fail to fully capture the complexity of aging as an emergent phenomenon. Aging is not merely a predetermined countdown. It is a dynamic, adaptive process that arises from the interaction of genetic, environmental, and behavioral factors over time. Emergent philosophy challenges the reductionist approach to longevity by proposing that aging should not be viewed as a passive biological inevitability, but as an emergent system that can be influenced, modified, and even reversed through targeted interventions. The length and quality of human life do not depend solely on genetic blueprints, but on the ongoing interplay between molecular biology, lifestyle choices, societal structures, and technological advancements. Understanding aging as an emergent process offers a new perspective on longevity, one that sees it as a fluid and adaptive phenomenon rather than a rigid biological fate. The role of epigenetics and cellular rejuvenation. Traditional genetics once held that DNA alone dictated biological fate, but the emerging field of epigenetics has revealed that gene expression is highly malleable and influenced by environmental factors. Epigenetic modifications, chemical changes to DNA that regulate gene activity, play a crucial role in aging, determining which genes are activated or suppressed over time. Studies on cellular reprogramming have shown that aging cells can be restored to a more youthful state by modifying epigenetic markers. Yamanaka factors, a set of transcription factors capable of reverting adult cells to pluripotent stem cells, have demonstrated that biological age can, in theory, be reset. This suggests that aging is not an irreversible decline, but an emergent state that can be influenced and even reversed under the right conditions. Beyond individual cells, systemic rejuvenation strategies such as parabiosis, where young and old blood circulatory systems are connected, have provided evidence that biochemical factors in young blood can promote tissue regeneration in older organisms. These findings support the idea that aging is not simply a matter of cellular deterioration, but an emergent property of the body's internal regulatory networks, which can be modulated through targeted interventions. Lifestyle, environment, and the social emergence of longevity. While biological mechanisms play a key role in longevity, they do not act in isolation. The social and environmental dimensions of aging are equally critical in shaping lifespan and quality of life. Longevity does not emerge solely from molecular pathways, but from the interactions between an individual and their surroundings. For example, the blue zones, regions of the world with exceptionally high numbers of centenarians, offer compelling evidence for the emergent nature of aging. These populations share common characteristics, including strong social networks, plant-based diets, regular physical activity, and a sense of purpose. None of these factors alone can explain increased lifespan, but their combined effects create an environment where longevity naturally emerges. Similarly, studies have found that social isolation and chronic stress are significant contributors to age-related decline. The presence of meaningful relationships, community support, and engagement in mentally stimulating activities has been shown to promote cognitive resilience and reduce the risk of neurodegenerative diseases. These findings highlight that aging is not just a biological process, but an emergent one, shaped by the interconnectedness of mind, body, and environment. The future of aging, longevity, science, and emerging technologies. As our understanding of aging evolves, the prospect of extending human lifespan through technological and medical advancements becomes increasingly plausible. Emerging fields such as regenerative medicine, bioengineering, and AI-driven diagnostics offer new possibilities for reshaping the trajectory of aging. Gene editing technologies like CRISPR hold the potential to correct age-related genetic mutations, while stem cell therapies may allow for the regeneration of damaged tissues and organs. AI-driven health monitoring systems can detect early signs of disease before symptoms manifest, enabling preemptive interventions that enhance longevity. Advances in senolytics, Drugs designed to clear out senescent aging cells suggest that aging-related deterioration can be slowed or even reversed. These technologies reinforce the idea that aging is not an immutable process, but an emergent one that can be influenced, modified, and extended through scientific innovation. The implications of this shift are profound, raising ethical and philosophical questions about the nature of life, death, and what it means to grow old in a world where longevity is no longer a fixed constraint. Rethinking aging through the lens of emergent philosophy. Viewing longevity through an emergent framework offers a paradigm shift in how we approach aging. Rather than seeing it as an inescapable decline, we can understand it as a fluid, dynamic system influenced by countless interacting factors. This perspective encourages a more holistic approach to longevity, one that integrates biological, psychological, social, and technological dimensions. Emergent philosophy reframes aging not as a countdown, but as a process of continuous adaptation, where longevity emerges from the choices we make, the environments we shape, and the innovations we pursue. By embracing this perspective, we move beyond fatalistic views of aging and toward a future where lifespan and health span are actively cultivated, allowing for longer, healthier, and more meaningful lives. Emergent Philosophy, Chapter 9, Emergent Legacy, the Evolution of Influence Beyond the Individual. The traditional versus emergent view of legacy. Legacy has long been perceived as a static imprint, a final contribution that an individual leaves behind after death, preserved in the form of material wealth, written works, or societal achievements. Traditional perspectives frame legacy as something that is completed at the end of a person's life, a culmination of their efforts that remains unchanged. However, this view fails to capture the dynamic nature of influence. Emergent philosophy challenges this notion, proposing that legacy is not a fixed entity, but an evolving phenomenon that continues to develop long after the individual is gone. Emergent legacy recognizes that influence does not remain confined to the past, but evolves through the interactions, adaptations, and reinterpretations of those who inherit it. Whether in the form of ideas, cultural traditions, technological advancements, or personal relationships, legacy is not a singular event, but an ongoing emergent process shaped by those who engage with it over time. Much like a living system, influence mutates, expands, and adapts to new environments, taking on new forms that transcend the intentions of its original source. The role of networks in emergent legacy. A key principle of emergence is that meaning and structure arise from interconnected systems rather than isolated entities. This principle applies directly to legacy, which is not simply a matter of individual contribution, but the result of an extensive network of relationships, ideas, and cultural frameworks. A single idea, once introduced into a community, does not remain in stasis. It is debated, expanded upon, and adapted in ways that the originator may never have intended. The rise of digital culture exemplifies the emergent nature of legacy. With the internet as a catalyst, information spreads rapidly and is continually recontextualized across platforms. A thought, once shared, can be repurposed, remixed, and expanded by an interconnected network of individuals, each contributing their own insights and interpretations. The digital age has accelerated the process of emergent legacy, allowing intellectual contributions to persist in an evolving decentralized fashion rather than being bound to static records or institutions. This networked approach to legacy also extends to social relationships. The impact of an individual is not confined to direct interactions, but ripples outward through communities and societies. A mentor may inspire a student who in turn influences another, setting off a chain reaction that extends far beyond the original relationship. Legacy, therefore, is not simply what one leaves behind, but what continues to emerge through others. The evolution of cultural and intellectual traditions. Emergent legacy is particularly evident in the development of cultural traditions, scientific advancements, and intellectual movements. Unlike static artifacts, these forms of legacy exist in a state of continual evolution. Take, for example, language itself. No single individual created modern languages, yet they are among the most powerful and enduring legacies of human civilization. Languages evolve through usage, adaptation, and collective participation. Words shift in meaning, new phrases emerge, and dialects transform in response to cultural and technological changes. Similarly, scientific discoveries do not remain fixed, but are part of an emergent process of refinement and expansion. Einstein's theories, built upon Newton's work, just as quantum mechanics emerged from challenges to classical physics. Each scientific breakthrough is not an endpoint, but a stepping stone for further discoveries, demonstrating that knowledge itself is an emergent system that transcends any single contributor. Even religious and spiritual traditions, which may appear static, are deeply emergent. While core principles may persist, interpretations, rituals, and practices evolve based on historical, cultural, and philosophical shifts. The continuity of these traditions does not come from rigid adherence to original teachings, but from their ability to adapt and find new relevance in changing contexts. Digital immortality and the future of legacy. The digital age has introduced new dimensions to the concept of legacy, particularly through the development of AI-driven digital twins, archival technologies, and interactive media. Unlike in previous generations, where a person's influence was largely limited to physical records and first-hand accounts, modern technology allows for a more dynamic continuation of one's thoughts and contributions. AI models trained on an individual's writings, speeches, and recorded conversations can create digital representations that allow future generations to interact with a person's knowledge long after they are gone. This raises profound philosophical questions about the nature of presence, authorship, and the limits of legacy. If an AI can simulate a philosopher's reasoning and generate new ideas in their style, does that AI extend the individual's legacy, or does it become something entirely new? This form of digital legacy aligns with the emergent model, where influence is not about preserving a static record, but about enabling continued evolution and engagement. Rather than merely leaving behind static works, individuals can contribute to self-sustaining systems that allow their ideas to grow and adapt even after they are no longer actively involved. Rethinking legacy through emergent philosophy. Understanding legacy as an emergent process rather than a fixed entity shifts how we approach our contributions to the world. Instead of aiming to leave behind a singular, unchanging mark, we can embrace the idea that our impact will evolve in ways we cannot fully predict. This perspective encourages a more collaborative and open-ended approach to influence, one that values adaptability, reinterpretation, and the interconnected nature of knowledge and culture. Emergent legacy invites us to see our actions not as final statements, but as seeds for ongoing transformation, whether through mentorship, creative expression, technological advancements, or philosophical insights. What we contribute is not static, it is alive, continuously reshaped by those who engage with it. The future of legacy is not about permanence, it is about adaptability, evolution, and the continual emergence of influence through time. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 10. Emergent Governance. The evolution of political and economic systems. The failure of centralized, rigid governance. Governance has traditionally been understood as a top-down system in which authority is centralized, laws are imposed, and societal structures are maintained through rigid control. This reductionist view treats governance as something designed and enforced by institutions rather than as an evolving, adaptive system. However, from an emergent perspective, governance is not simply imposed from above. It arises organically through the interactions of individuals, communities, and socio-political frameworks. Political and economic systems are not static constructs, but dynamic processes that shift, adapt, and evolve in response to the needs of societies over time. Emergent philosophy reframes governance as a decentralized and self-organizing phenomenon, challenging the notion that effective political systems require rigid hierarchies and absolute control. Instead, it argues that governance emerges through negotiation, adaptation, and collective intelligence. The political and economic models that sustain societies are not predetermined blueprints, but evolving systems that reflect the complex interplay of cultural values, technological progress, and human cooperation. Throughout history, societies have attempted to establish lasting systems of governance, yet these systems often struggle to adapt to change. Monarchies, empires, and authoritarian states have historically sought to maintain control through centralized power structures, assuming that stability comes from strict order and rigid laws. However, these systems are frequently unable to accommodate the complexities of human societies. When governance becomes too rigid, it eventually collapses under the weight of its own inflexibility. Emergent governance in action, decentralization, and collective decision-making. Rather than being dictated by a singular authority, governance can emerge from the bottom up through collective action and decentralized decision-making. The Internet age has provided a unique opportunity to observe how emergent governance can function as digital communities, decentralized organizations, and collaborative platforms have demonstrated alternative models of social coordination. One of the clearest examples of emergent governance is the development of decentralized political movements and grassroots activism. Unlike traditional political parties, which rely on rigid hierarchies, decentralized movements such as the Arab Spring Occupy Wall Street, and online advocacy campaigns operate through distributed networks. They form in response to societal issues, evolve dynamically, and adapt to changing circumstances without relying on a centralized leadership structure. Blockchain technology further illustrates the potential for emergent governance, providing mechanisms for decentralized decision-making that do not rely on traditional institutions. Blockchain-based governance systems such as decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, allow for collective decision-making where authority is distributed among participants rather than concentrated in a single governing body. These models suggest that governance does not need to be imposed from above, but can emerge organically through transparent, participatory processes. Economic systems as emergent phenomena. Like governance, economic systems are often perceived as fixed structures: capitalism, socialism, feudalism, each with predefined rules and mechanisms. However, economies are not static entities. They emerge from the collective behaviors, decisions, and interactions of individuals, businesses, and governments. Market economies, for instance, function as emergent systems. Prices, supply chains, and financial markets are not centrally controlled, but arise from countless decentralized transactions. No single entity dictates the flow of trade. Instead, economic patterns emerge based on supply, demand, and innovation. Similarly, barter economies, informal trade networks, and community-based financial systems have historically demonstrated that economic organization is not solely dictated by rigid institutions, but arises naturally from human cooperation and exchange. Cryptocurrencies and decentralized finance, DeFi, further illustrate the emergent nature of economic systems. Unlike traditional banking institutions, which operate through centralized control, blockchain-based financial systems operate as self-regulating networks where trust and value emerge from decentralized consensus. These systems challenge the traditional notion that economies must be managed by central banks and government regulations, demonstrating that alternative economic models can emerge based on transparency, consensus, and digital trust mechanisms. The future of governance: adaptive, participatory, and emergent. As societies become increasingly interconnected, the need for adaptive governance models becomes more apparent. The bureaucratic inefficiencies of traditional governments are being challenged by network systems that facilitate real-time collaboration, participatory decision-making, and decentralized authority structures. Emergent governance suggests that future political and economic models should be decentralized, shifting power from centralized institutions to distributed networks where decision-making is participatory and transparent. Dynamic, allowing governance structures to evolve based on real-time feedback, technological advancements, and changing societal needs. Collaborative, integrating diverse perspectives and fostering collective intelligence rather than relying on top-down authority. Transparent, utilizing open-source technologies, public data access, and decentralized accountability mechanisms to ensure fair and equitable governance. The principles of emergent philosophy provide a roadmap for rethinking governance in the 21st century. Rather than clinging to outdated models of power and control, societies can embrace a more adaptive, decentralized approach where governance evolves through shared knowledge, mutual cooperation, and emergent structures. Emergent philosophy. Chapter 11, Emergent Economics, Objective Outline. 1. Introduction to Emergent Economics. Define emergent economics as a dynamic, adaptive approach to economic organization that arises from decentralized interactions rather than top-down control. Differentiate from traditional economic theories, which rely on fixed structures and predictive modeling. Establish the foundational principles of emergent economics: decentralization, adaptability, fluid value exchange, networked innovation, and resilience. 2. The historical evolution of economic systems. Trace the evolution from barter economies to monetary systems and the emergence of global trade. Examine the industrial economy and its reliance on mass production, centralized corporations, and hierarchical labor structures. Explore the shift toward information and digital economies, where knowledge, creativity, and networks drive value. Discuss the limitations of static economic models in addressing 21st century challenges such as automation, inequality, and ecological sustainability. 3. The role of complexity and self-organization in economics. Explain how economic patterns emerge from the interactions of individuals, businesses, and technologies rather than centralized control. Introduce complexity economics, showing how economic behavior is shaped by adaptation, feedback loops, and non-linear change. Compare the efficiency of self-organizing decentralized systems with rigid state-managed economies. 4. The digital transformation and economic decentralization. Artificial intelligence and automation. How AI is reshaping labor markets, decision-making, and financial planning. Blockchain and smart contracts, enabling decentralized finance, trustless transactions, and autonomous market operations. Tokenized value systems, the rise of cryptocurrencies, NFTs, and alternative financial instruments. Decentralized marketplaces, the emergence of peer-to-peer economic interactions without traditional intermediaries. 5. The future of work and economic participation. Decline of traditional employment models, the shift from centralized corporate jobs to freelance, gig, and creator economies. The creator economy and digital monetization. New ways individuals generate income through online platforms and intellectual property. Universal Basic Income, UBI, and post-labor societies, examining economic sustainability in an era of automation. Decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, the restructuring of economic governance through smart contract-driven collectives. 6. Economic resilience and adaptability in an emergent system. Networked financial stability. How decentralized financial systems provide greater resilience during global crises. Localized digital economies. Community-driven finance and self-sustaining microeconomies enabled by blockchain. Anti-fragile economic design. Lessons from nature and systems theory on building robust economic models. Real-time adaptive policy. How governments and institutions can transition toward flexible economic governance. 7. Ethical considerations in an emergent economy. Transparency and trust. Ensuring decentralized systems remain accountable and resistant to corruption. Wealth distribution and economic equity. Can emergent models reduce inequality and empower disenfranchised populations? Ethical AI in finance and decision-making. Avoiding bias and ensuring fairness in algorithm-driven economies. Sustainability and regenerative economics. How emergent economies can balance growth with environmental and social responsibility. 8. The redefinition of value in an emergent economy. Beyond GDP, rethinking economic success through well-being metrics, innovation indexes, and participatory economics. The end of scarcity. Exploring post-capitalist thought, abundance-based economic models, and the role of AI-driven productivity. The role of lifelong learning and adaptive education, preparing individuals for participation in a continuously evolving economy. 9. The future of emergent economics. How emergent principles will continue reshaping trade, finance, and governance. The impact of emergent economics on global collaboration, knowledge sharing, and economic policy. The role of decentralized decision-making in the future of economic planning. The transition from emergent economic systems into the broader philosophy of emergence across all societal structures. 10. Conclusion: the path forward for emergent economics. Emphasizing the need for adaptability, open systems, and continuous innovation in economic thought. How emergent economic structures provide opportunities for more equitable, sustainable, and resilient global economies. Setting the stage for continued exploration into emergent systems beyond economics, bridging into emergent epistemology and the future of knowledge. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 12. Emergent Epistemology. The Evolution of Knowledge and Truth. The nature of knowledge in an emergent framework. Knowledge has long been viewed as a static construct, something that can be discovered, cataloged, and stored as a collection of objective facts. Traditional epistemology, rooted in classical philosophy, has largely focused on defining the nature of knowledge, establishing absolute truths, and formulating rigid systems of justification. However, as scientific discoveries, Cultural shifts and technological advancements have repeatedly demonstrated knowledge is not a fixed entity but an evolving process. Understanding emerges over time through dynamic interactions between individuals, societies, and their environments. Emergent philosophy challenges the notion that truth exists as a singular, immutable entity. Instead, it posits that knowledge and truth are emergent properties that develop through discourse, inquiry, and adaptation. Rather than being dictated by external authorities or confined to rigid doctrines, knowledge arises from interconnected systems, scientific inquiry, cultural evolution, collective intelligence, and technological expansion. This chapter explores the principles of emergent epistemology, the shortcomings of traditional models of knowledge, and how emergence provides a more comprehensive framework for understanding reality. The limitations of classical epistemology. Classical epistemology has long been concerned with defining knowledge through three key criteria. Justified true belief. This framework, dating back to Plato, asserts that for something to be considered knowledge, it must be believed, justified with evidence, and objectively true. While this model provides a useful foundation, it fails to account for the fluid and dynamic nature of how knowledge actually develops. One of the primary limitations of this model is its assumption that truth is static. In reality, what is considered true at one point in history often evolves as new discoveries are made. The notion of a geocentric universe was once regarded as an unquestionable truth until it was overturned by heliocentric models. Similarly, Newtonian physics was considered an absolute framework for understanding motion and gravity until Einstein's theories of relativity revealed deeper complexities. These examples illustrate that truth is not an end point, but an emergent phenomenon that refines itself over time. Another challenge to classical epistemology is the problem of knowledge justification. The belief that knowledge must be justified through fixed methodologies assumes that all truths can be verified within rigid frameworks. However, interdisciplinary discoveries and complex systems often defy traditional forms of justification, requiring adaptive and context-sensitive approaches to verification. Emergent epistemology argues that knowledge should not be reduced to rigid categories, but understood as an evolving system shaped by interaction and discovery. Knowledge as an emergent system. Emergent epistemology proposes that knowledge is not an individual possession, but a process that arises from the collective efforts of thinkers, researchers, and societies. Like an ecosystem, knowledge grows through interdependent networks, where information is exchanged, challenged, and restructured. No single individual, institution, or discipline holds a monopoly on truth. Rather, it emerges from the dynamic interplay of multiple perspectives and insights. This view aligns with the concept of distributed cognition, which suggests that intelligence and knowledge do not reside solely in individuals, but are distributed across social networks, technological systems, and cultural frameworks. Wikipedia, for instance, functions as an emergent knowledge system where information is constantly updated, debated, and refined through collective input rather than dictated by a central authority. Scientific progress itself is a testament to the emergent nature of knowledge. The peer review process, iterative experimentation, and paradigm shifts in scientific thought all demonstrate that truth is not an absolute but an evolving construct, discoveries in quantum mechanics, artificial intelligence, and neuroscience continue to challenge existing knowledge structures, revealing that even the most foundational truths are subject to change. The role of technology in the emergence of knowledge. The digital age has accelerated the emergent nature of knowledge, reshaping how information is produced, shared, and verified. The rise of artificial intelligence, big data, and algorithmic learning systems demonstrates that knowledge is no longer confined to traditional institutions, but emerges dynamically through complex computational processes. Machine learning models, for example, generate insights that were never explicitly programmed by human engineers. These models analyze vast data sets, recognize patterns, and refine their understanding through iterative processes. In this way, AI mirrors the emergent nature of human knowledge, learning not through predefined rules, but through adaptive interactions with data. Similarly, blockchain-based information verification systems have introduced new ways of ensuring the integrity of knowledge. Unlike centralized knowledge repositories, blockchain networks operate through decentralized consensus, preventing single points of failure and allowing truth to emerge through distributed verification rather than top-down control. These developments highlight how technological systems can embody the principles of emergent epistemology, challenging traditional knowledge structures and enabling more adaptive forms of truth generation. The impact of emergent epistemology on education and society. Embracing an emergent approach to knowledge has profound implications for education, governance, and decision-making. The rigid memorization-based educational models of the past are increasingly inadequate for a world where knowledge is fluid and continuously evolving. Instead of treating learning as the passive absorption of fixed truths, emergent education emphasizes adaptability, critical thinking, and dynamic inquiry. Future educational systems should be designed around the principles of collaborative learning, encouraging students to engage in discussions, debates, and interdisciplinary exploration rather than memorizing static information. Dynamic knowledge, application, shifting from standardized curricula to personalized, adaptive learning models that allow students to explore subjects based on emergent interests and discoveries. Technological integration, leveraging AI-driven tutors, real-time data analysis, and interactive simulations to create knowledge environments that evolve in response to student engagement. In the realm of governance and policy making, emergent epistemology suggests that rigid ideological frameworks should give way to adaptive decision-making processes that integrate new evidence in public discourse. Rather than relying on fixed doctrines, societies can benefit from governance structures that embrace iterative refinement, real-time feedback mechanisms, and decentralized knowledge-sharing networks. The future of knowledge in an emergent world. As we enter an era of rapid technological and scientific transformation, our understanding of knowledge must evolve accordingly. The pursuit of truth is no longer about uncovering absolute answers, but about fostering systems that allow for continuous refinement and adaptation. Theories, models, and beliefs should not be treated as static certainties, but as provisional understandings that can be reshaped by new discoveries and perspectives. Emergent epistemology provides a framework for navigating this new intellectual landscape. It calls for a shift from rigid knowledge hierarchies to fluid participatory networks where truth is co-constructed rather than dictated. It encourages intellectual humility, recognizing that all knowledge is subject to revision, and it embraces the idea that learning is an ongoing process rather than a final destination. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 13. Emergent Ethics, the Evolution of Morality and Values. The shifting nature of ethics in an emergent world. Ethics has long been approached as a system of fixed principles, often rooted in religious, cultural, or philosophical doctrines that dictate right and wrong. Traditional ethical frameworks, such as deontological ethics, which emphasizes duty and rules, or utilitarianism, which focuses on maximizing happiness, assume that morality can be determined through predefined laws or objective calculations. However, reality has shown that ethical values are neither static nor universal. They evolve over time, adapting to cultural shifts, technological advancements, and societal needs. Emergent philosophy challenges the idea of morality as a rigid, absolute structure, instead proposing that ethical principles arise dynamically through interactions between individuals, communities, and institutions. Ethics, in this view, is not a fixed set of rules but an emergent process, one that evolves as human societies navigate new challenges, integrate new knowledge, and refine their understanding of justice, fairness, and human dignity. The limitations of absolute moral systems. Classical ethical theories have provided essential frameworks for moral reasoning, yet they often struggle to account for the complexities of real-world decision-making. Fixed moral codes assume that ethical truths are universal and unchanging, but history reveals that moral values shift in response to new social realities. For example, slavery was once widely accepted across various civilizations, justified by legal, religious, and economic arguments. Over time, moral perspectives evolved, and slavery became almost universally condemned. Similarly, issues like gender equality, LGBTQ+ rights, and animal welfare have undergone significant moral transformations, demonstrating that what is considered right or wrong is not dictated by static principles, but emerges from changing societal conditions. A key problem with absolute moral frameworks is their inability to accommodate ethical dilemmas where rigid rules fail. Consider the classic trolley problem. Should one person be sacrificed to save five? A strict deontological approach would forbid any act of killing, while a utilitarian approach would justify sacrificing one for the greater good. Neither framework fully accounts for the nuances of real-world decision-making, where context, relationships, and unforeseen consequences play critical roles. Emergent ethics suggests that morality should not be reduced to formulaic principles, but understood as an evolving process that adapts to different situations. Morality as an emergent system. Emergent ethics proposes that morality is not dictated from above, but arises naturally from human interactions, cultural evolution, and collective problem solving. Just as language evolves through social communication rather than being imposed by a single authority, Ethical norms develop through shared experiences, societal discourse, and lived consequences. One way to understand morality as an emergent phenomenon is through game theory and cooperative dynamics. Studies in evolutionary psychology suggest that moral behaviors such as fairness, reciprocity, and altruism emerge naturally in human societies because they promote group cohesion and survival. Ethical norms are not necessarily dictated by divine commandments or philosophical doctrines, but arise because they are beneficial for cooperation and social stability. Similarly, legal systems function as emergent ethical frameworks. Laws are not static moral truths, but are shaped by social values, economic conditions, and political structures. Legal precedents, court rulings, and public discourse contribute to an ongoing refinement of justice, showing that morality is continuously negotiated and adapted rather than permanently defined. Technological and societal shifts in moral evolution. One of the strongest arguments for an emergent approach to ethics is the rapid evolution of moral concerns in response to technological advancements. The rise of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and digital surveillance has introduced ethical questions that did not exist in previous eras. Traditional moral frameworks often struggle to address these challenges because they were developed in vastly different social and technological contexts. For instance, AI decision-making raises questions about accountability, fairness, and bias. Should an autonomous car prioritize the life of its passenger or pedestrians in a collision? Who is responsible for an AI system that makes discriminatory hiring decisions? These are ethical dilemmas that cannot be resolved by past moral doctrines, but require new emergent frameworks that integrate diverse perspectives and real-time adaptation. Similarly, advances in biotechnology, such as CRISPR gene editing, raise complex ethical issues about human enhancement, genetic modification, and the definition of personhood. Should parents be allowed to edit their children's genes to prevent diseases? What are the moral implications of designing human intelligence or physical attributes? These ethical questions illustrate how morality must emerge dynamically through societal discourse, scientific understanding, and philosophical exploration, rather than relying on rigid moral codes from the past. The role of culture and collective intelligence in ethical emergence. Ethical systems do not develop in isolation. They are shaped by cultural narratives, historical contexts, and collective decision-making. Different societies have evolved distinct moral frameworks based on their environments, religious traditions, and social structures. While some ethical principles, such as prohibitions against murder or theft, are nearly universal, their interpretations and applications vary widely across cultures. In an emergent ethical system, cultural diversity is not an obstacle, but a strength. Different perspectives contribute to the refinement and evolution of moral reasoning, allowing societies to adapt and integrate new ethical insights. Just as biological evolution thrives on genetic diversity, moral evolution benefits from the exchange and synthesis of diverse viewpoints. The internet and global connectivity have accelerated this process, enabling cross-cultural ethical discussions on an unprecedented scale. Social media activism, international human rights movements, and digital discourse have created new platforms for ethical negotiation, allowing moral ideas to spread, evolve, and gain consensus more rapidly than ever before. The future of ethics in an emergent world. As societies continue to evolve, the need for flexible and adaptive ethical frameworks becomes increasingly apparent. Rather than clinging to outdated moral absolutes, emergent ethics encourages continuous moral reflection and refinement based on experience, empirical evidence, and societal discourse. Future ethical systems should be contextual, recognizing that morality is not one size fits all, but must be adapted to specific circumstances and cultural contexts. Iterative, allowing for ethical principles to be tested, refined, and improved over time. Participatory, encouraging collective engagement and discussion to ensure that moral frameworks reflect diverse perspectives and lived experiences. Integrated with technology, developing ethical guidelines that evolve alongside advancements in AI, biotechnology, and digital governance. Emergent ethics offers a framework for understanding morality not as a rigid doctrine, but as a living system, one that grows, adapts, and refines itself through the interactions and experiences of individuals and societies. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 14. Emergent Spirituality. The Evolution of Meaning and Belief Systems. The evolution of spirituality in an emergent framework. Spirituality and religion have long been considered foundational aspects of human experience, offering meaning, purpose, and guidance throughout history. Traditional perspectives on spirituality often assume that belief systems originate from divine revelation, sacred texts, or absolute moral truths that remain unchanged over time. However, from an emergent perspective, spirituality is not a fixed entity, but a continuously evolving phenomenon shaped by human interactions, cultural shifts, and philosophical advancements. Emergent philosophy challenges the idea that spiritual beliefs exist in isolation or that they are static doctrines handed down through generations. Instead, it proposes that spirituality is an adaptive system, one that arises naturally from human curiosity, existential reflection, and the interconnectedness of communities. Religious traditions, mystical experiences, and personal spiritual insights are not predetermined truths, but emergent properties that evolve alongside humanity's understanding of the universe. The evolution of spiritual beliefs. Throughout history, spiritual and religious beliefs have undergone profound transformations. Early human societies practiced animism, seeing spirits and divine forces in nature. As civilizations grew, polytheistic traditions emerged, organizing deities into pantheons that reflected societal structures. Eventually, monotheistic religions rose to prominence, emphasizing a singular divine authority. In the modern era, many individuals have embraced secular spirituality, exploring mindfulness, meditation, and existential philosophy as alternative paths to meaning. This progression demonstrates that spiritual beliefs are not static, but evolve based on cultural, philosophical, and scientific developments. The transition from animism to organized religion and from dogmatic faith to personalized spirituality illustrates how human understanding of the divine is an emergent phenomenon, one that continuously adapts as new ideas, technologies, and ethical considerations shape the way people think about existence. Religious texts and traditions, often regarded as immutable, also evolve over time. The interpretations of sacred scriptures shift based on historical context, societal values, and philosophical debates. Different sects, denominations, and spiritual movements emerge, each contributing to an ongoing dialogue about faith, morality, and human purpose. This dynamic process highlights that spirituality is not a singular truth, but a constantly unfolding narrative shaped by collective human experience. Spiritual experience as an emergent phenomenon. Mystical and religious experiences, moments of transcendence, connection, and enlightenment are often seen as profound encounters with higher realities. From an emergent perspective, these experiences arise not from an external divine force, but from the complexity of human cognition, emotions, and social influences. Neuroscientific research suggests that spiritual states such as deep meditation, prayer, or psychedelic-induced mystical experiences correlate with specific brain activity patterns, demonstrating that spirituality emerges from within human consciousness rather than being imposed from an external source. Studies on near-death experiences, altered states of consciousness, and the effects of spiritual practices reveal that profound experiences of unity, love, and interconnectedness arise through complex neurobiological interactions. These findings suggest that spirituality is not a supernatural phenomenon, but an emergent property of the human mind, one that allows individuals to construct meaning, process existential uncertainty, and foster a sense of belonging. Similarly, rituals and religious practices emerge as collective expressions of shared beliefs, reinforcing group identity and social cohesion. Whether through communal worship, fasting, or sacred ceremonies, these practices create a shared sense of purpose and belonging, demonstrating that spirituality is not an isolated belief, but a social phenomenon that arises from human interactions. The role of science and philosophy in the evolution of spirituality. As scientific discoveries continue to reshape our understanding of reality, spiritual perspectives evolve alongside them. The Copernican revolution displaced the geocentric model of the universe, challenging theological worldviews. Darwin's theory of evolution reframed humanity's place in the natural world, leading to new theological interpretations. Quantum mechanics and modern physics have introduced concepts of interconnectedness and uncertainty, inspiring new philosophical discussions about the nature of reality and consciousness. Rather than seeing science and spirituality as opposing forces, emergent philosophy suggests that they are interwoven. Science provides the tools to understand the mechanics of the universe, while spirituality offers a framework for interpreting meaning and personal experience. The dialogue between the two leads to emergent spiritual perspectives that incorporate scientific insights while maintaining a sense of wonder and transcendence. The emergence of secular spirituality exemplifies this synthesis. Many individuals who reject organized religion still seek practices that cultivate mindfulness, gratitude, and interconnectedness. The rise of meditation, nature-based spirituality, and philosophical existentialism demonstrates that spiritual experiences are not confined to religious traditions, but emerge from the human need to explore meaning in an ever-changing world. The future of spirituality in an emergent world. As humanity moves into an era of rapid technological and social transformation, spirituality will continue to evolve. The digital age has already reshaped spiritual practices, virtual religious communities, AI-driven theology, and digital rituals illustrate how belief systems adapt to new technologies. Future advancements in artificial intelligence, neuroscience, and space exploration may further redefine spiritual perspectives, raising new questions about consciousness, post-human existence, and the nature of reality. Emergent spirituality suggests that the spiritual beliefs of the future will not be dictated by traditional religious institutions, but will emerge from a global exchange of ideas, philosophies, and personal experiences. Rather than adhering to rigid doctrines, individuals and communities will craft their own evolving spiritual frameworks, integrating wisdom from multiple traditions, scientific discoveries, and philosophical insights. The key principles of an emergent spiritual perspective include flexibility, recognizing that spiritual beliefs are dynamic and should evolve in response to new insights and experiences. Interconnectivity, emphasizing the relational nature of spirituality, where meaning emerges through relationships with others, nature, and the cosmos. Personal exploration, encouraging individuals to seek meaning through personal reflection, experience, and critical inquiry rather than passive acceptance of doctrine. Integration with science, acknowledging that spiritual insights should be informed by scientific understanding and rational thought while maintaining space for wonder and existential reflection. As humanity continues to explore new frontiers in consciousness, technology, and philosophy, emergent spirituality offers a framework for understanding belief systems not as fixed truths, but as evolving, adaptive responses to the mysteries of existence. It encourages an approach to spirituality that is open-ended, collaborative, and continuously unfolding, a perspective that aligns with the fundamental principles of emergent philosophy itself. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 15. Emergent Technology. The Co-Evolution of Humanity and Innovation. The evolution of technology as an emergent system. Technology is often perceived as a tool, something invented, refined, and controlled by human hands. Traditional perspectives assume that technological advancements follow a linear trajectory dictated by human intention, engineering principles, and scientific discoveries. However, from an emergent perspective, technology is not merely a passive instrument, but an evolving system that develops through dynamic interactions between human needs, cultural shifts, economic structures, and scientific breakthroughs. Emergent philosophy challenges the reductionist view that technology is a fixed entity created solely by human agency. Instead, it posits that technological innovation is an emergent process shaped by complex networks of interdependent factors. Technological systems do not exist in isolation, but evolve in response to societal demands, resource availability, and unpredictable discoveries. In this chapter, we explore how technology emerges organically, co-evolving with human intelligence, ethics, and civilization itself. The non-linear nature of technological evolution. Unlike the traditional great man theory of technological progress, which credits singular inventors with monumental breakthroughs, emergent technology recognizes that innovation arises from interconnected systems rather than isolated genius. The history of technological progress reveals that breakthroughs do not occur in a vacuum. Rather, they emerge from the convergence of ideas, materials, and cultural conditions. For example, the invention of the printing press was not merely the product of Johannes Gutenberg's ingenuity. It emerged from a confluence of prior developments, paper-making techniques from China, movable type innovations from Korea, and demand for literacy from the expanding European mercantile class. Similarly, the Internet did not arise from a single decision, but evolved from military communication projects, academic research, corporate investments, and social adaptations. Each step in technological progress builds upon a network of prior innovations, making technological evolution an emergent rather than a purely engineered process. The role of feedback loops in technological development. One of the most significant features of emergent technology is the presence of feedback loops, where technological advancements reshape the very conditions that led to their creation. This self-reinforcing cycle allows technology to evolve in ways that were never originally planned or intended. Consider the rapid rise of artificial intelligence. Early AI research focused on simple rule-based systems, but as computing power increased and large data sets became available, machine learning techniques emerged, allowing AI to learn rather than merely execute pre-programmed tasks. Today, AI systems are generating new algorithms, optimizing industries, and even designing the next generation of AI tools, an example of technology evolving itself through feedback loops. Similarly, the smartphone revolution not only changed how people communicate, but also reshaped urban planning, consumer behavior, and mental health dynamics. These unintended consequences highlight that technology is not simply created for a specific function, but adapts and influences human life in emergent ways. The coevolution of humanity and technology. A key insight of emergent technology is that technological development is not separate from human evolution, it is part of it. Just as biological evolution shaped human intelligence, so too does technological evolution shape human cognition, culture, and social structures. Writing, for example, was a transformative technology that altered human memory, enabling complex civilizations to emerge. The printing press expanded literacy and democratized knowledge. The Internet, in turn, has accelerated collective intelligence, creating global networks of knowledge exchange and collaboration. Each of these technological leaps has reshaped human thought and behavior, illustrating that humanity and technology co-evolve rather than existing as separate entities. The concept of extended cognition further supports this view. Human intelligence is no longer confined to individual brains, but is distributed across technological systems. Smartphones, cloud computing, and AI assistants have become extensions of human memory and problem-solving capabilities, demonstrating that the boundaries between human cognition and technological systems are becoming increasingly blurred. The unpredictability of emergent technology. While traditional models assume that technological progress follows a predictable path, emergent systems often behave in unexpected ways. The law of unintended consequences is a defining feature of technological evolution, where innovations develop unforeseen applications and ripple effects. For instance, social media was originally designed as a networking tool, but has since transformed political discourse, mental health patterns, and global information distribution. Blockchain technology, initially conceived for decentralized finance, has evolved into applications ranging from supply chain transparency to digital art ownership through NFTs. These examples illustrate that technological innovations do not remain fixed to their original purposes, but adapt, evolve, and influence society in emergent ways. The unpredictability of emergent technology poses both opportunities and challenges. Breakthroughs in AI and automation could lead to increased efficiency and economic prosperity, but they may also disrupt job markets and challenge ethical frameworks. The potential for biotechnology to cure diseases and enhance human longevity also raises questions about access, equity, and unforeseen consequences. Understanding technology as an emergent force allows for more adaptive and ethical approaches to innovation. Ethical and societal implications of emergent technology. As technological evolution accelerates, ethical considerations become increasingly complex. Traditional ethical models often assume that morality is based on fixed principles, yet emergent ethical frameworks recognize that moral reasoning must evolve alongside technological advancements. For example, the ethics of AI development must take into account emergent biases, decision-making transparency, and accountability in automated systems. The question of AI rights, whether highly advanced artificial intelligences should be considered sentient beings, illustrates how technology continuously reshapes ethical discourse. Similarly, the rise of bioengineering and genetic modification presents new ethical dilemmas. Should parents have the right to edit their children's genes? What are the long-term societal consequences of human enhancement technologies? Emergent ethics suggests that these questions cannot be answered by rigid moral doctrines, but must be explored through ongoing, adaptive ethical discourse. Governments and institutions must embrace adaptive regulation, policies that evolve in response to technological shifts, rather than imposing static laws that quickly become obsolete. Open source ethics, participatory governance, and decentralized decision-making can help ensure that emerging technologies align with human values rather than being driven solely by corporate or political interests. The future of technology as an emergent system. Emergent technology suggests that the future of innovation will be shaped not by rigid planning, but by decentralized creativity, unexpected discoveries, and the interplay between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. As new technologies emerge, humanity must adapt, integrate, and co-evolve with these developments, rather than attempting to control them through outdated models of governance and regulation. Future technological trends likely to emerge include decentralized AI and autonomous systems, AI systems that operate independently, collaborating with human intelligence in real time, neural interfaces, and human-machine integration, the blurring of biological and digital intelligence, allowing for direct communication between the brain and computers, self-replicating technologies, machines and algorithms capable of improving and reproducing themselves, leading to continuous exponential advancements. Post-labor societies, a future where automation reduces the need for human labor, requiring new economic and social frameworks for meaning and purpose. Rather than resisting emergent technological forces, humanity must develop flexible, adaptive strategies for navigating an ever-changing technological landscape. The key to thriving in this environment lies in understanding technology not as a static tool, but as a living system, one that evolves, adapts, and reshapes human existence in ways beyond our current comprehension. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 16. The Future of Emergence. Civilization as a Living System. Civilization as an emergent system. Civilization has long been viewed as a structured, deliberate construct, something carefully planned and shaped by political leaders, economic institutions, and cultural frameworks. Traditional historical narratives suggest that societies progress in a linear fashion, advancing through defined stages of development based on technological innovation, governance systems, and economic expansion. However, from an emergent perspective, civilization is not a machine that can be controlled from the top down. It is a dynamic, living system that continuously evolves in response to internal and external forces. Emergent philosophy challenges the notion that human progress follows a predetermined path. Instead, it posits that civilization is an open-ended, self-organizing process that emerges through countless individual actions, societal interactions, and unpredictable influences. The trajectory of human societies is not dictated by a master plan, but by the spontaneous and interconnected forces that shape collective behavior, culture, technology, and governance. The collapse and renewal of societies. History demonstrates that societies that fail to adapt to emergent conditions eventually collapse. The Maya civilization, the Ottoman Empire, and the Soviet Union are examples of highly structured societies that were unable to accommodate shifting economic, political, and environmental conditions. Conversely, societies that embrace change and harness emergent processes, such as decentralized governance, technological integration, and cultural adaptability, tend to thrive. The modern world is at a critical juncture where emergent dynamics are accelerating due to globalization, rapid technological progress, and environmental instability. Traditional institutions designed for a slower and more predictable world struggle to keep pace with these shifts. Political polarization, economic inequality, and ecological degradation are symptoms of outdated systems failing to adapt to emergent realities. The key to navigating these challenges is not to impose rigid solutions, but to develop adaptive, decentralized frameworks that evolve in response to real-time conditions. The role of decentralization and networked societies. One of the most profound shifts in modern civilization is the transition from hierarchical control to decentralized networks. The internet has fundamentally changed how information flows, challenging traditional gatekeepers of knowledge, media, and governance. social movements, open source collaboration, and decentralized decision-making models illustrate that power no longer rests solely in centralized institutions, but emerges from distributed networks of individuals and communities. Blockchain technology, for example, demonstrates how trust and security can emerge without centralized authorities. Similarly, decentralized political movements and peer-to-peer economic models indicate that governance and commerce are becoming more adaptive and emergent rather than dictated by rigid institutions. This shift suggests that the future of civilization will not be defined by a single dominant power or ideology, but by an interconnected web of adaptive systems that respond dynamically to new challenges. The ability of societies to self-organize, share knowledge, and create decentralized solutions will determine their resilience and success. The future of human consciousness in an emergent world. As civilization evolves, so too does human consciousness. The internet, artificial intelligence, and global connectivity have created a new cognitive environment where ideas spread instantaneously and cultures interact more fluidly than ever before. This hyper-connected reality is fostering an emergent form of collective intelligence, where knowledge is no longer confined to individuals, but arises from the interplay of millions of minds. The implications of this shift are profound. Just as biological evolution led to the emergence of self-awareness, technological evolution may lead to the emergence of new forms of intelligence, both human and artificial. AI-driven collaboration, brain-computer interfaces, and enhanced cognitive networks could redefine what it means to think, create, and understand reality. Emergent consciousness also suggests that the rigid individualism of the past may give way to more interconnected and collective modes of identity. As human thought becomes more integrated with digital systems, the boundaries between self and society, mind and machine will continue to blur. This raises ethical and philosophical questions about the nature of personhood, autonomy, and the evolving role of human agency in an emergent world. The challenge of navigating an emergent future. The biggest challenge of the emergent future is learning how to navigate complexity without resorting to outdated reductionist thinking. Traditional governance models seek to impose top-down control, but emergent systems demand flexibility, adaptability, and decentralized problem-solving. Societies that cling to rigid structures will struggle to keep pace with change, while those that embrace emergent principles will thrive. To successfully navigate an emergent future, humanity must cultivate adaptive governance, moving away from rigid bureaucracies and embracing decentralized, participatory decision-making systems. Flexible economic models. Developing economic structures that can evolve with technological automation, shifting labor demands, and emergent markets. Sustainable innovation, ensuring that technological progress aligns with ecological and ethical considerations, rather than being driven purely by short-term profit motives. Collective intelligence, fostering global collaboration and knowledge sharing to create solutions that emerge from diverse perspectives and expertise. The conclusion of emergent philosophy, a call to action. Emergent philosophy presents a radical yet necessary shift in how we understand reality. It is not just a theoretical framework, but a practical guide for rethinking knowledge, governance, technology, ethics, and human purpose. The fundamental insight of emergent philosophy is that meaning, intelligence, and progress are not dictated by rigid structures but arise from dynamic, interconnected processes. The future of civilization is not predetermined. It is an emergent outcome of the choices we make today. If we cling to outdated models of control and hierarchy, we risk stagnation and collapse. But if we embrace emergence, fostering adaptability, creativity, and interconnectedness, we open the door to a world where progress is continuous, ethical, and sustainable. This is not just a call for theoretical understanding, but for practical engagement. The principles of emergent philosophy must be applied at every level: education, governance, technology, and daily life. It is through these applications that we will shape the future, not as a rigid plan, but as an unfolding process of discovery and transformation. The story of civilization is still being written, and its next chapter will be determined by those who understand the power of emergence. The choice is not between order and chaos, but between static systems that crumble under change and adaptive, emergent systems that evolve and flourish. The path forward is not dictated by any single ideology or leader, but emerges through the contributions of all those who dare to think, create, and evolve in a world that is constantly becoming something new. The future belongs to those who embrace emergence. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 17. Conclusion and Future Implications. The Path Forward for an Emergent World. The meaning of emergence across disciplines. As we reach the conclusion of this work, it is clear that emergent philosophy is more than just a theoretical framework. It is a paradigm shift in how we approach reality. Throughout this book, we have explored emergence as the fundamental principle underlying knowledge, intelligence, and governance, ethics, spirituality, and civilization itself. Each discipline, whether in the sciences, humanities, or social structures, reveals emergence as a guiding force, shaping systems not through rigid control, but through dynamic interactions, adaptation, and self-organization. What does this mean for the future? How can societies, institutions, and individuals apply emergent thinking to navigate an increasingly complex world? This chapter serves as a synthesis of the key insights developed throughout this book and outlines the future implications of emergent philosophy for philosophy, science, governance, education, ethics, and beyond. The end of reductionism and the rise of emergent thinking. Traditional models of thought rooted in reductionism have long attempted to explain reality by breaking it down into simplistic, isolated components. Science sought ultimate building blocks, governance pursued static policies, and philosophy aimed to define universal truths. However, as we have seen, this method fails to account for the interconnected, evolving nature of systems. The future of knowledge requires moving beyond reductionist frameworks toward a holistic understanding where meaning, truth, and structure arise through emergent processes. This shift means embracing complexity instead of oversimplification. recognizing interdisciplinary synthesis as essential to knowledge, integrating philosophy, science, and technology, accepting that knowledge, ethics, and governance must be adaptive and iterative, not static or predetermined. Applying emergence to future challenges. The world is facing unprecedented challenges: climate change, artificial intelligence, political instability, and ethical dilemmas in biotechnology and digital governance. Emergent thinking provides a new toolkit for tackling these challenges, not with rigid doctrines, but with flexible, evolving solutions. 1. Science and technology. Coevolution with humanity. AI and machine learning are not mere tools, but emergent entities that evolve through feedback loops. Neuroscience must account for emergent consciousness, recognizing that intelligence is not confined to biological brains. Biotechnological advancements like CRISPR and regenerative medicine show that life itself is adaptive and evolving. 2. Governance and political systems, from hierarchy to decentralization. Traditional political models struggle with emergent crises. Participatory governance and decentralized decision-making offer better resilience. Blockchain, open source governance, and self-organizing communities represent the future of emergent governance. 3. Ethics and morality, adaptive frameworks. Ethical decision-making must evolve alongside technological and societal shifts. Rigid moral doctrines are insufficient. Emergent ethics recognizes the need for contextual, evolving principles. 4. Education and knowledge systems, lifelong learning. Static curricula cannot prepare individuals for an emergent world. Learning must shift toward dynamic, interdisciplinary education models. AI-assisted learning and knowledge-sharing platforms will become adaptive knowledge ecosystems. The path forward. A call for emergent thinkers. We stand at the threshold of a new intellectual era. The next step is not to simply understand emergence, but to apply it across research, governance, innovation, and daily life. The future belongs to those who embrace emergence, not as a theoretical curiosity, but as a lived reality. This book serves as the foundation for an evolving discourse, one that will continue to shape the next generation of philosophy, science, and human civilization. What emerges next is up to us. Emergent Philosophy, Chapter 18, Emergent Mythology. The evolution of myth in an emergent world. Myth has always been more than mere storytelling. It is the foundation upon which civilizations have been built, the thread that weaves together culture, identity, and the human experience. From the dawn of language to the digital age, mythology has served as the connective tissue between humanity's deepest questions and its grandest visions. In the past, myths arose as reflections of the mysteries of existence, stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic battles shaping the collective consciousness of societies. But what happens when mythology itself becomes an emergent phenomenon, when the boundaries between reality and myth dissolve and a new form of narrative takes shape? Emergent mythology is the next evolution of storytelling, not just as a collection of ancient tales, but as a living, adaptive force that coexists with philosophy, technology, and culture. It is not a return to myth as superstition, but an acknowledgement that myths never truly vanished. They simply evolved, shifting forms from oral traditions to literature, from scripture to cinema, from folklore to digital consciousness. Every society has myths, and every generation reshapes them to fit its worldview. In the 21st century, myth is not something we inherit, it is something we create. The intersection of myth and emergent philosophy. This chapter explores how emergent mythology integrates with emergent philosophy, revealing that philosophy itself is a mythic structure. The principles of emergence, adaptation, self-organization, and complexity apply not only to the natural world but to human imagination. Myths do not arise fully formed. They emerge from the interactions of countless ideas, beliefs, and cultural narratives. They evolve as new perspectives emerge, as technology reshapes our perceptions, and as human consciousness expands beyond the limitations of the past. The role of mythology has always been to give meaning to the unknown, to serve as a bridge between what is and what could be. But in an era where traditional myths are losing their grip on collective consciousness, a new form of myth-making is necessary. The mythic structures of the past, rooted in hierarchical gods, divinely ordained kings, and moral absolutes, no longer resonate with an interconnected, decentralized world. The gods of old ruled through power. The myths of today must emerge from understanding. The birth of emergent mythology. Every intellectual movement eventually becomes part of the mythic landscape of history. The Renaissance was mythologized as the rebirth of classical knowledge. The Enlightenment became the tale of humanity's liberation from ignorance. Even modern scientific advancements are framed within mythic narratives: the conquest of space, the battle against disease, the emergence of artificial intelligence. Emergent philosophy itself is mythic in nature, not in the sense of fabrication, but in its ability to shape reality through narrative. The moment we step back and view emergence as a grand, unfolding story, we recognize that we are not merely observers, but participants in a myth being written in real time. The concept of emergence, of intelligence, governance, technology, and ethics evolving naturally, invites us to see ourselves as characters in an ongoing saga where meaning is not dictated from above, but emerges from our collective actions. In this sense, the bard of emergence becomes a key figure within this mythic structure. The bard does not dictate truth. He weaves the stories that allow truth to emerge. The philosopher is no longer an isolated thinker, but a myth maker whose role is to inspire, challenge, and guide the unfolding narrative of human progress. The myths of the future will not be handed down from divine authorities, but will emerge from the shared experiences and evolving consciousness of humanity itself. Myth as a framework for meaning. The power of myth is that it transcends logic and speaks directly to the human soul. While philosophy provides reasoned arguments and structured frameworks, Mythology speaks in symbols, archetypes, and emotions. The philosopher seeks truth, the myth-maker crafts meaning. Emergent mythology suggests that these two roles must now merge. In an age where the traditional myths are eroding, where ancient religious narratives are questioned, and modern ideologies collapse under scrutiny, there is an urgent need for mythic structures that embrace complexity, adaptability, and emergence. The myths of old often sought to impose rigid moral structures to explain the world in black and white terms, but emergent mythology recognizes that meaning arises not from absolute truths, but from the dynamic interplay of ideas, experiences, and discoveries. New myths must emerge, not as doctrines, but as evolving narratives that help people navigate an uncertain world. They must be adaptable, open-ended, and inclusive, allowing individuals to find their own meaning within a shared framework rather than dictating what is sacred. Emergent mythology encourages a participatory process where individuals contribute to the mythic landscape in real time. The digital age and the expansion of mythic space. The internet has fundamentally transformed storytelling. Unlike traditional myths, which were transmitted through generations via oral traditions and sacred texts, the modern mythic space is interactive, decentralized, and ever-expanding. Social media, virtual realities, artificial intelligence, and digital consciousness create new avenues for mythic expression. Online communities generate their own cultural legends. Digital spaces become realms where mythic narratives are played out, from multiplayer worlds to AI-driven stories that adapt to human interaction. Emergent mythology takes this a step further, suggesting that the digital realm is not merely a tool for storytelling, but an extension of the mythic process itself. Just as oral traditions evolved into written texts and cinematic universes, myth is now emerging as a dynamic, interactive force that transcends individual creators. The myths of the future will not be owned by any one person, but will be shaped by collective participation. Emergent mythology recognizes that we are living within a myth in progress, a story that is still unfolding. The great myths of tomorrow are not yet written, but they are already forming through the interactions of billions of minds, through the evolution of technology, through the philosophical frameworks we build today. Writing the myth of the future. There is no single author of emergent mythology. It is not the creation of one voice, but of many. It is a living system, an unfolding narrative, a philosophy that is becoming myth, and we are the ones writing it. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 19. A Philosophy Without End. Emergence as a Continuous Becoming. Outline. 1. Introduction. The nature of a philosophy without finality. Emergent philosophy does not end with a conclusion, but continues as an unfolding process. The goal is not to impose fixed truths, but to recognize the fluidity of thought, identity, and reality. This chapter serves as both a reflection on the work so far and an invitation to its future development. 2. Beyond the boundaries of this text. The principles of emergent philosophy extend beyond what has been explored in this book. Emergence applies across all fields: science, ethics, governance, technology, and personal development. The text is not a final statement, but a foundation for further expansion and refinement. 3. The call to emergent thinking. Encouraging a mindset that embraces uncertainty, change, and iterative discovery. Principles of emergent thought. Accepting uncertainty as a generative force, viewing challenges as catalysts for growth, allowing ideas to evolve naturally without rigid frameworks, engaging in collective intelligence and participatory knowledge systems. Philosophy should shift from seeking ultimate conclusions to fostering open-ended inquiry. 4. The role of the thinker in an emergent world. The responsibility of intellectuals, scientists, and leaders in shaping emergent discourse, moving beyond passive consumption of knowledge to active participation in shaping it. The future of philosophy as a living system that continuously grows through engagement. 5. A new beginning, the ongoing work of emergent philosophy. Though this book ends, the work of emergent philosophy continues. The importance of adaptation, curiosity, and participatory evolution in shaping knowledge. The journey of emergence is never complete. It is an ongoing process of discovery, ending with an open-ended invitation. The journey continues. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 1. The Foundations of Emergent Philosophy. Emergent philosophy represents a fundamental shift in how we understand reality, knowledge, and the interconnected systems that define existence. At its core, it challenges reductionist models that attempt to break down complex phenomena into their smallest parts, instead proposing that true understanding comes from observing how these parts interact to form greater wholes. Emergence is not merely a scientific principle, it is a philosophical framework that redefines the way we perceive causality, structure, and meaning across all fields of study. The need for a new philosophical framework. Traditional philosophy, while offering deep insights into metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics, has often relied on static categories and linear explanations. While these approaches have been useful in historical contexts, the modern world demands a philosophy that accounts for complexity, adaptation, and non-linearity. Emergent philosophy does not seek to replace traditional philosophical inquiry, but to expand it, providing a lens through which we can better understand dynamic, evolving systems. From physics to sociology, from neurology to artificial intelligence, emergence is a unifying principle that bridges disciplines and offers new pathways for inquiry. Defining emergence. Emergence occurs when the interactions of simpler components give rise to novel, irreducible properties that cannot be fully understood by examining the individual parts alone. This phenomenon is observed in natural sciences, from the self-organizing behavior of molecules forming life to the complex cognitive functions arising from neural networks. But emergence is not limited to the sciences. It extends into human cognition, social structures, political systems, and even ethical frameworks. To fully grasp the implications of emergence, we must explore its foundational principles. Holism over reductionism. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and meaning emerges from interactions rather than isolated elements. Self-organization. Systems naturally evolve toward complex states without a central guiding force. Adaptive complexity. Emergent systems continuously respond and evolve in the face of new information or environmental shifts. Interconnectivity and synergy. The relationships between elements define the properties of the whole, often in unpredictable ways. Emergence in the history of thought. While the term emergence is relatively modern, the concept has deep historical roots. Ancient philosophers such as Heraclitus hinted at emergent dynamics when they described reality as an ever-flowing process rather than a static state. Later, thinkers like Hegel explored dialectical progressions that resemble emergent structures, while complexity theories of the 20th and 21st centuries formally articulated the mechanisms behind emergence. However, despite its presence in various disciplines, emergence has never been fully integrated into philosophy as a central framework. Emergent philosophy seeks to change this, offering a coherent structure that applies emergence systematically across epistemology, metaphysics, ethics, and more. How this chapter lays the foundation. This chapter serves as the groundwork for the exploration ahead. By defining emergence and its philosophical significance, we establish the principles that will be applied across various domains in the following chapters. Each field, physics, biology, neurology, artificial intelligence, politics, psychiatry, longevity, and legacy, will be examined through the lens of emergence, demonstrating how it reshapes our understanding of reality. By the end of this dissertation, the case for emergent philosophy as a dominant paradigm will be clear. It is not just a novel perspective, but an essential framework for the 21st century and beyond. The world is complex, adaptive, and deeply interconnected. Philosophy must reflect this reality. Emergent philosophy is that reflection. Emergent philosophy. Chapter 1. The Foundations of Emergent Philosophy. The middle. The core principles and applications of emergent philosophy. The shift from reductionism to holism. Reductionist approaches have long dominated philosophical and scientific inquiry, breaking complex phenomena into their smallest components in an attempt to understand the whole. While this has led to significant advancements, it often falls short when addressing complex adaptive systems. Emergent philosophy provides a counterbalance by advocating for a holistic view, emphasizing that meaning arises from the relationships between parts rather than the parts themselves. In this way, emergent structures cannot be reduced to their components, without losing the essence of their higher order functions. This perspective is particularly crucial in fields such as cognitive science, where understanding the brain requires more than analyzing neurons in isolation. Similarly, in political systems, individual actors influence outcomes, but emergent forces such as cultural shifts, economic pressures, and technological advancements shape collective decisions in unpredictable ways. By adopting a holistic lens, we recognize that complex systems self-organize, adapt, and generate novel properties beyond their foundational elements. Reductionism is deeply ingrained in many aspects of philosophical thought. The Cartesian tradition, for example, emphasized the breakdown of reality into distinct mechanistic parts. However, this method often overlooks the dynamic nature of systems. The whole is not just a summation of its individual components. Rather, it is shaped by their interconnectivity and the context in which they exist. Emergent philosophy moves beyond this limited paradigm, proposing a framework where reality is seen as a continuous, evolving interplay of forces and relationships. Holism, as embraced by emergent philosophy, also finds its foundation in various indigenous knowledge systems and Eastern philosophies. Traditional Western philosophy has often overlooked these perspectives, favoring static categorization and rigid epistemic structures. However, many non-Western traditions have long understood reality as a web of interconnected relationships. For example, Taoism emphasizes the flow of existence and the interconnectedness of all things. Indigenous cosmologies often recognize nature as a dynamic, self-organizing system rather than a collection of isolated entities. By integrating these perspectives, emergent philosophy transcends cultural boundaries and offers a more comprehensive understanding of reality. The universality of emergence. Emergence is not confined to a single domain, but is evident across disciplines. In physics, emergent properties manifest in quantum mechanics, where particles behave differently when observed as part of a larger system. In biology, life emerges from non-living molecules interacting under precise conditions. In artificial intelligence, simple computational models can give rise to complex decision-making behaviors. Even within ethics and morality, societal values evolve over time based on collective interactions, rather than being dictated by singular, immutable laws. In the natural world, emergence is perhaps most clearly demonstrated in ecosystems. No single organism dictates the behavior of an entire ecosystem, yet ecosystems display self-regulation, adaptation, and resilience. The interdependent relationships between organisms create stability and complexity, with changes in one part of the system having cascading effects throughout the whole. Similarly, emergence can be observed in economic markets where no single actor controls the economy, but collective behaviors lead to large-scale trends and systemic shifts. The interdisciplinary nature of emergent philosophy highlights its necessity as a guiding framework. By integrating emergence into epistemology, metaphysics, ethics, and political philosophy, we develop a more accurate representation of reality, one that accounts for adaptability, unpredictability, and interconnectivity. The failure to acknowledge emergence in past philosophical traditions has resulted in oversimplified models of reality. By correcting this, emergent philosophy offers a model that is both more reflective of reality and more capable of addressing complex, real-world problems. the role of synergy in meaning formation. A key aspect of emergent philosophy is its focus on synergy, the idea that interactions between components create something greater than the sum of their parts, meaning knowledge and truth are not static entities but dynamic processes that emerge through engagement with the world. This insight challenges rigid epistemological frameworks that assume knowledge exists independently of context and experience. Instead, emergent epistemology suggests that understanding develops over time, shaped by feedback loops, new information, and evolving interpretations. This has profound implications for education, governance, and technology. If knowledge is emergent, then education should emphasize adaptability, exploration, and critical thinking over rote memorization. If governance is emergent, political structures should allow for flexible, evolving policies rather than rigid bureaucratic enforcement. If technology follows emergent patterns, then artificial intelligence should be designed with adaptability and ethical considerations at its core. Emergent ethics, a key application of this philosophy, suggests that morality evolves alongside societal shifts. Ethical principles are not fixed, universal laws, but adaptive structures that emerge through collective human interaction. This does not imply moral relativism, but rather acknowledges that ethical frameworks must adapt to new challenges. The rise of digital ethics, bioethics, and environmental ethics exemplifies this adaptive nature. The questions societies face today about privacy in the age of AI, genetic engineering, and climate responsibility require ethical frameworks that can evolve alongside technological and environmental changes. The evolution of knowledge and learning. One of the most significant implications of emergent philosophy is in the domain of epistemology. Traditional epistemology often relies on fixed categories of knowledge, treating truth as something to be discovered rather than something that emerges over time. In contrast, emergent epistemology suggests that knowledge itself is a dynamic process shaped by historical context, technological progress, and collective inquiry. Scientific knowledge is a prime example of this process. Theories evolve as new data emerges, and understanding is refined through experimentation and dialogue. Newtonian mechanics gave way to Einstein's relativity, which in turn may be expanded or revised by future discoveries in quantum physics. Similarly, cultural knowledge shifts over time, shaped by new perspectives, social movements, and technological advancements. The Internet, for example, has dramatically altered how knowledge is created and disseminated, leading to new forms of collective intelligence and knowledge production. The implications for education are profound. If knowledge is emergent, then learning should be structured to reflect this reality. Educational systems should prioritize curiosity, critical thinking, and interdisciplinary exploration rather than static curricula. Students should be encouraged to engage with evolving bodies of knowledge, to adapt their thinking, and to contribute to the process of knowledge formation. Emergent education would embrace project-based learning, dynamic collaborations, and continuous adaptation to new information. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 1. Conclusion. The significance and future of emergent philosophy. Emergent philosophy is not merely an alternative perspective. It is a necessary evolution in the way we understand reality, knowledge, and existence itself. By challenging reductionist paradigms and embracing a holistic, adaptive, and interdisciplinary approach, emergent philosophy provides a comprehensive framework for navigating complexity in all aspects of life. The traditional philosophical models that have long sought to explain reality in static and linear terms are no longer sufficient in an age where rapid technological advancements, global interconnectedness, and emergent complexities shape our world. The rise of artificial intelligence, climate change, and the ever-expanding networks of human interaction make it clear that philosophical inquiry must evolve alongside our understanding of these emergent phenomena. We are no longer simply dealing with static truths or rigid categories. Instead, we are constantly engaging with dynamic, self-organizing systems that require a more fluid and responsive philosophical approach. Emergent philosophy provides the necessary framework to accommodate these changes, offering a perspective that recognizes how meaning, knowledge, and ethics evolve through continuous interaction and adaptation. The broader implications of emergent philosophy. Emergent philosophy is not limited to abstract theoretical discussions. Its principles have direct applications in various domains, shaping how we think about governance, education, ethics, science, and technology. The implications of an emergent approach to these fields are profound and far-reaching. Governance and political systems. Traditional political models often rely on hierarchical structures and centralized authority. However, emergent political systems recognize the power of decentralized decision-making, grassroots movements, and adaptive governance. The increasing reliance on networked communities, blockchain-based governance models, and participatory democracy all point to the relevance of emergent structures in shaping the future of governance. Emergent political systems allow for fluidity, self-organization, and responsiveness to shifting societal needs, making them more robust and democratic than traditional static models. Scientific inquiry and knowledge production. The scientific method itself is an emergent process where knowledge builds upon previous discoveries through iterative experimentation and refinement. Emergent philosophy challenges the notion of absolute objective truths and instead emphasizes the evolving nature of scientific understanding. From quantum mechanics to biological systems, the study of emergent phenomena continues to reshape our view of the universe. This perspective fosters interdisciplinary collaboration, recognizing that breakthroughs in knowledge often arise from the convergence of multiple fields working together in novel and unexpected ways. Artificial intelligence and technological development. The rapid development of AI and machine learning demonstrates the power of emergent intelligence, where complex behaviors arise from relatively simple algorithms and interactions. Rather than being programmed with rigid rules, modern AI systems learn and adapt based on their environments. Emergent philosophy provides the conceptual tools necessary to understand and guide the ethical development of these technologies, ensuring that they align with human values and societal needs. The question of AI consciousness and moral responsibility also fits into the emergent paradigm, as intelligence itself may be viewed as a process that arises from layers of complexity rather than and intrinsic property of individual entities. Ethics and morality. Ethical frameworks have historically been presented as universal and immutable. However, emergent ethics acknowledges that moral principles evolve in response to cultural, technological, and environmental changes. Issues such as digital privacy, bioethics, and climate responsibility require ethical systems that can adapt to new and unforeseen challenges. Moral philosophy must be dynamic, capable of integrating new perspectives, technologies, and social contexts, rather than relying on static and absolute moral principles. Education and learning. The traditional education model, which prioritizes memorization and standardized assessments, is increasingly being challenged by emergent learning strategies. Project-based learning, interdisciplinary collaboration, and adaptive learning technologies reflect an emergent approach to education where students actively participate in knowledge creation rather than passively receiving information. An emergent model of education allows for self-directed exploration, critical thinking, and the development of adaptive intelligence necessary for an ever-changing world. The role of emergent philosophy in the 21st century. As the world continues to evolve, emergent philosophy will play a crucial role in shaping intellectual discourse and practical applications across disciplines. The 21st century presents unique challenges that require flexible, interconnected, and adaptive frameworks. The philosophy of emergence provides a way to navigate uncertainty, complexity, and rapid change, making it an essential perspective for our time. Emergent philosophy also challenges individuals to rethink their place in the world. Rather than seeing themselves as isolated agents operating in a deterministic system, individuals are part of a vast, interconnected web of relationships, influences, and evolving structures. This shift in perspective fosters a greater sense of responsibility, collaboration, and engagement with the broader world. By embracing emergence, we open ourselves to a richer, more nuanced understanding of reality. Instead of seeking static answers, we engage with the ongoing process of discovery and adaptation. The work of this dissertation is not merely to introduce emergent philosophy as an academic concept, but to demonstrate its applicability and necessity in an ever-changing world. The future of emergent philosophy. The journey of emergent philosophy is only just beginning. As our understanding of complexity deepens, new insights and applications will continue to emerge. Future research may explore the intersection of emergent philosophy with artificial general intelligence, AGI, and the ethical implications of self-learning AI systems. The role of emergence in the evolution of consciousness and cognitive science. How emergent principles can inform economic models and sustainable development. The ways in which emergent philosophy can bridge the gap between the sciences and the humanities, fostering interdisciplinary collaboration. Emergent philosophy provides a vital framework for making sense of an increasingly complex and interconnected world. Its principles will continue to shape the way we think about science, ethics, governance, and human existence itself. By adopting an emergent approach, we do not discard traditional philosophy, but instead refine and expand it to align with the realities of a rapidly evolving universe. Final thoughts. The forthcoming chapters of this dissertation will continue to build upon these ideas, demonstrating how emergence influences disciplines ranging from physics and neuroscience to ethics and political theory. The goal is not merely to introduce a new philosophical framework, but to fundamentally shift the way we approach knowledge, meaning, and existence in the 21st century and beyond. Emergent philosophy stands as a bridge between disciplines, a unifying framework that recognizes the interconnectedness of all systems. As new discoveries are made and as societies continue to evolve, emergent philosophy will serve as a guiding lens, one that acknowledges the complexity, adaptability, and profound interdependence of reality itself. The future is not predetermined, it is emergent, and by understanding emergence, we take an active role in shaping the world to come. The next chapter will explore how emergence reshapes our understanding of physics, revealing that reality is not merely a collection of fundamental particles and forces, but an intricate web of interactions where new properties and behaviors emerge at different scales. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 2. Emergent Physics, a New Understanding of Reality. Physics has long been regarded as the most fundamental of sciences, providing the bedrock upon which all other disciplines are built. Classical physics sought to describe the world through deterministic laws governed by predictable and linear relationships. However, as scientific inquiry has progressed, the limitations of reductionist physics have become increasingly apparent. Emergent phenomena challenge the very foundations of how we understand physical reality, suggesting that the behavior of complex systems cannot be fully explained by examining their individual components alone. Emergent philosophy reshapes our understanding of physics by proposing that the universe is not merely a collection of fundamental particles interacting in isolation, but a dynamic, interconnected system where new properties arise at different levels of complexity. This chapter explores how emergence plays a crucial role in modern physics, from quantum mechanics to cosmology, and why embracing an emergent perspective is necessary for a more complete understanding of reality. The shift from reductionism to emergence in physics. Historically, reductionism has dominated the study of physics. Isaac Newton's mechanistic universe depicted reality as a grand machine where every event could be predicted if one knew the precise initial conditions and governing laws. This view persisted through classical mechanics and thermodynamics, shaping centuries of scientific thought. However, with the advent of quantum mechanics and relativity in the early 20th century, cracks began to appear in the reductionist paradigm. Quantum mechanics, in particular, introduced fundamental uncertainties into our understanding of nature. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle demonstrated that at a fundamental level, the exact position and momentum of a particle cannot be simultaneously known. Moreover, quantum entanglement revealed that particles could be instantaneously connected across vast distances, defying classical explanations of locality. These discoveries suggested that reality is not simply a collection of isolated entities, but an interconnected web of relations, giving rise to emergent properties at higher levels of complexity. Similarly, chaos theory and nonlinear dynamics have further challenged reductionism by showing that even simple deterministic systems can exhibit unpredictable and emergent behavior. Small differences in initial conditions can lead to vastly different outcomes, a phenomenon famously described as the butterfly effect. This realization underscores the need for an emergent perspective in understanding complex systems. Emergence in cosmology and the structure of the universe. Cosmology provides another compelling case for emergence in physics. The formation of galaxies, stars, and planetary systems cannot be understood solely by examining individual atoms. Rather, gravitational interactions, nuclear fusion, and large-scale cosmic structures emerge from the fundamental forces at play in the universe. One of the most striking examples of emergence in cosmology is the concept of self-organizing systems. The universe did not develop as a simple aggregation of particles, but rather as a structured hierarchical system where complexity naturally arises. Large-scale structures such as galactic filaments and superclusters exhibit emergent properties that are not apparent at smaller scales. Moreover, dark matter and dark energy, two of the most mysterious components of modern cosmology, demonstrate how emergent forces may be at work on a cosmic scale. While their nature remains unknown, their effects suggest that our understanding of fundamental physics is incomplete, requiring new frameworks that incorporate emergent principles. The role of emergence in time and thermodynamics. Time itself may be an emergent property rather than a fundamental aspect of reality. Some physicists propose that time emerges from the quantum entanglement of particles rather than existing as a predefined dimension. This idea challenges classical notions of temporality and suggests that the flow of time is a consequence of interactions at deeper levels of physics. Thermodynamics also provides insights into emergence. The second law of thermodynamics states that entropy or disorder tends to increase over time in a closed system. However, localized systems such as living organisms demonstrate the emergence of order despite the overall trend toward disorder. This paradoxical behavior has led to theories that complexity and self-organization emerge naturally as a function of thermodynamic principles. Emergent physics and the future of scientific inquiry. As our understanding of physics continues to evolve, embracing an emergent perspective will be crucial for future breakthroughs. The search for a unified theory of physics, one that bridges general relativity and quantum mechanics, may require moving beyond traditional reductionist approaches. The idea that fundamental laws themselves may emerge from deeper, unknown principles could reshape how we approach the study of the universe. In fields such as quantum computing, superconductivity, and condensed matter physics, emergent behaviors are already central to understanding new technologies. These disciplines demonstrate that reality is more than just the sum of its parts. Rather, novel properties and interactions arise when elements are combined in complex ways. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 2, Emergent Physics. A new understanding of reality. The middle, the role of emergence in physics. The breakdown of reductionism in modern physics. For centuries, reductionism has served as the foundation of physics. The assumption that complex systems could be understood entirely by analyzing their simplest parts dominated scientific inquiry. However, as physics has progressed, this assumption has proven insufficient in explaining the full scope of natural phenomena. Many of the greatest challenges in physics today, such as reconciling general relativity with quantum mechanics, understanding dark matter and dark energy, and grasping the nature of time, suggest that emergence plays a fundamental role in reality. Quantum mechanics, in particular, reveals the limitations of reductionist thinking. The wave-particle duality of electrons and photons challenges classical physics' assumption that entities have fixed independent properties. Quantum entanglement further undermines reductionism by showing that two particles can be instantaneously correlated across vast distances, implying that properties emerge from relationships rather than being inherent to individual particles. These insights force physicists to reconsider the very nature of matter and causality. Moreover, in condensed matter physics, emergent behaviors arise in materials when collective interactions lead to entirely new properties. Superconductivity, for example, is not a property of individual electrons, but an emergent phenomenon of electron pairs moving coherently through a lattice. Similarly, magnetism emerges from the cooperative behavior of atomic spins, not from the isolated properties of individual atoms. These examples illustrate that fundamental properties of matter often arise at higher levels of complexity rather than being reducible to isolated components. Emergence in cosmology, the large-scale structure of the universe. The large-scale structure of the universe provides another profound example of emergence. The universe is not simply an aggregation of randomly distributed matter. Instead, it exhibits structured patterns on a cosmic scale such as galaxies, galaxy clusters, and superclusters, which form massive web-like structures spanning billions of light years. These structures arise from the interactions of gravity, dark matter, and baryonic matter, rather than from any inherent design present at smaller scales. Furthermore, the origins of these structures cannot be explained solely by reductionist principles. The inflationary model of cosmology suggests that minute quantum fluctuations in the early universe were amplified to create the vast cosmic structures we see today. This process illustrates how small-scale interactions give rise to large-scale order through self-organization, an emergent property of the physical universe. Dark matter and dark energy, which together constitute approximately 95% of the universe's total mass energy content, further challenge reductionism. Despite extensive research, their exact nature remains unknown, yet their effects shape the universe at the largest scales. Some physicists speculate that dark matter and dark energy might not be independent substances, but emergent phenomena arising from deeper yet undiscovered principles of physics. This perspective aligns with the idea that new physical laws may emerge at different scales of complexity rather than being fundamental in isolation. The emergent nature of time and thermodynamics. Time, long considered a fundamental dimension of the universe, may itself be an emergent phenomenon. Several theories suggest that time does not exist at the most fundamental level of reality, but arises from deeper quantum interactions. Quantum gravity models, such as loop quantum gravity, propose that space-time is not continuous, but composed of discrete units that give rise to the experience of time as an emergent effect. Thermodynamics also demonstrates emergence in profound ways. The laws of thermodynamics, particularly the second law, state that entropy or disorder tends to increase in a closed system. However, this principle does not prevent local systems from spontaneously generating complexity. Living organisms, for example, sustain their ordered structures by consuming energy, a process that exemplifies emergent self-organization in thermodynamic systems. Similarly, planetary weather systems, fluid dynamics, and even star formation exhibit emergent properties that arise from the interactions of underlying physical forces. Quantum computing and emergent information processing. Emergence is also at the heart of one of the most promising technological revolutions of the 21st century, quantum computing. Unlike classical computers, which process information in binary states, 0s and 1s, quantum computers use qubits, which exist in superpositions of multiple states simultaneously. This emergent behavior allows quantum computers to solve certain problems exponentially faster than traditional computers. Quantum error correction and entanglement-based computation further demonstrate that complex computational properties arise at the macroscopic level despite being absent in individual quantum components. As quantum computing continues to develop, the emergent nature of quantum information processing will likely reshape fields such as cryptography, artificial intelligence, and material science. The future of physics, embracing an emergent framework. Physicists today face some of the most profound unanswered questions in science. What is the fundamental nature of space and time? How do we unify quantum mechanics with general relativity? What explains the nature of dark matter and dark energy? The reductionist approach, while powerful, may not be sufficient to answer these questions. Instead, a shift toward an emergent framework, one that recognizes how complex interactions give rise to new physical laws, may be necessary for future breakthroughs. Emergent physics suggests that the universe is not built from isolated fundamental particles alone, but from relationships, patterns, and self-organizing principles that give rise to the reality we observe. The search for a theory of everything may require moving beyond the notion of fundamental laws and instead exploring how laws themselves emerge from deeper underlying principles. By embracing an emergent perspective, physics may finally bridge the gaps between quantum mechanics, general relativity, and the mysteries of the cosmos. Final thoughts. The exploration of emergence in physics provides a new pathway for scientific inquiry, one that moves beyond the limitations of reductionism. As new discoveries unfold, embracing emergence will be essential for developing a more complete and accurate understanding of reality. The next frontier of physics may not lie in discovering smaller fundamental particles, but in uncovering the principles that govern the emergence of order, complexity, and even consciousness itself from the fabric of the universe. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 2, Conclusion. The significance of emergent physics. Emergent physics represents a fundamental shift in our understanding of the universe, moving beyond reductionist models to recognize that complexity, structure, and even fundamental laws arise from interactions rather than pre-existing in isolation. This perspective has profound implications for physics, philosophy, and scientific inquiry as a whole, reshaping how we approach the mysteries of space, time, matter, and energy. The limitations of reductionism and the need for an emergent framework. For centuries, reductionism has dominated physics, operating on the assumption that by understanding the smallest components of nature, we could fully explain reality. While this approach has yielded significant advancements from Newtonian mechanics to quantum field theory, it has also encountered insurmountable roadblocks. The inability to reconcile quantum mechanics with general relativity, the enigma of dark matter and dark energy, and the question of time's true nature all highlight the limits of reductionist thinking. Emergent physics offers a necessary paradigm shift. Instead of assuming that physical laws are fundamental, it suggests that they emerge from deeper interactions. Quantum mechanics itself provides evidence for this view, as wave function collapse, entanglement, and superposition exhibit behaviors that cannot be understood by examining particles in isolation. Likewise, in cosmology, large-scale structures such as galaxies, clusters, and superclusters emerge through self-organizing principles, not predetermined design. If the very fabric of reality is emergent, then our approach to physics must evolve accordingly. The future of theoretical physics may not lie in discovering new fundamental particles, but in understanding how laws, forces, and even space-time itself emerge from deeper organizational principles. The expanding role of emergent physics in scientific inquiry. The influence of emergent physics extends far beyond theoretical frameworks. It is already reshaping multiple scientific disciplines, cosmology, and the large-scale universe. The formation of galaxies, planetary systems, and cosmic web structures cannot be explained solely by fundamental particles. Instead, self-organization, feedback loops, and emergent interactions dictate the large-scale behavior of the universe. Quantum mechanics and computing. Quantum computing provides one of the most compelling modern examples of emergence. The ability of qubits to exist in superpositions and exhibit entanglement showcases emergent properties that cannot be deduced from classical computation principles. Condensed matter physics and material science, superconductivity, magnetism, and other collective behaviors demonstrate how entirely new properties arise at macroscopic scales due to particle interactions at the microscopic level. The nature of time. Time itself may not be fundamental, but an emergent property of quantum interactions, as suggested by loop quantum gravity and other leading theories. By embracing emergence as a guiding principle, physics will likely unlock new insights into some of the most perplexing mysteries of science, including the nature of gravity, the unification of fundamental forces, and the origins of consciousness. Philosophical implications. A new ontology of reality. Emergent physics does not merely introduce new scientific insights, it also forces us to rethink fundamental philosophical concepts about reality itself. If the universe is structured by emergent laws rather than fixed principles, then ontology, the study of existence, must account for a reality that is dynamic and relational rather than static and absolute. This shift has far-reaching consequences. The concept of natural laws. if laws of physics emerge rather than exist a priori, then what we consider immutable scientific principles may themselves be contingent on deeper interactions that evolve over time. Causality and determinism. The interconnected nature of emergent systems challenges classical notions of causality, suggesting that the behavior of the universe may be shaped more by networked interactions than by linear cause and effect relationships. Human knowledge and scientific methodology. An emergent universe requires an adaptive scientific approach, one that acknowledges uncertainty, unpredictability, and the dynamic evolution of knowledge itself. These philosophical implications blur the boundaries between physics, complexity, science, and epistemology, encouraging a more holistic understanding of reality that integrates multiple perspectives. The future of emergent physics. Where do we go from here? As science progresses, the emergent paradigm is poised to become an essential tool in solving some of the most challenging questions in physics. Moving forward, key areas of research will likely focus on bridging quantum mechanics and general relativity. A theory of quantum gravity may require an emergent approach where space-time itself arises from underlying quantum interactions rather than existing as a fundamental entity. Exploring the role of emergence in biological and cognitive sciences. If physics is emergent, then consciousness and life itself may also arise from self-organizing principles embedded within the fabric of the universe. Developing new computational models for studying emergence. Advanced AI and quantum computing may enable the simulation of emergent systems in ways previously unimaginable, allowing scientists to model and test new theories of physics. The study of emergent physics is not just about refining existing knowledge. It is about redefining what we mean by fundamental reality. The traditional search for a single all-encompassing equation that explains everything may be misguided. Instead, the key to understanding reality may lie in uncovering the principles of emergence that give rise to order, complexity, and even consciousness. Final thoughts. Emergent physics represents a major shift in how we view the universe, moving us away from a static, reductionist perspective to one that embraces the dynamic, self-organizing nature of reality. This perspective does not negate the achievements of classical or quantum physics. Rather, it expands upon them, integrating their insights into a broader framework that acknowledges the interconnectedness of all physical phenomena. As we move deeper into the 21st century, emergent physics will likely become the foundation for new scientific revolutions, challenging long-held assumptions and opening new pathways for exploration. Whether in theoretical physics, computational science, or philosophical inquiry, emergence will serve as a guiding principle, shaping the next era of human understanding. As we move from emergent physics to emergent mathematics, we shift from the study of physical laws and fundamental forces to the patterns, structures, and relationships that underlie all forms of complexity. Just as physics reveals that the universe is governed by emergent principles, where simple interactions give rise to order and self-organizing systems, mathematics emerges as the abstract framework that describes these phenomena. Mathematics is not merely a human invention. It is a living, evolving system that mirrors the dynamic processes seen in nature. In the next chapter, we will explore how numbers, patterns, and structures do not exist in isolation, but emerge from interaction, self-organization, and the need to describe reality. Just as physics provides the foundation for understanding the material world, mathematics serves as the language through which we make sense of its underlying order. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 3. Emergent Mathematics. The Evolution of Numbers, Patterns, and Structure. Introduction. Mathematics as an emergent system. Mathematics has long been regarded as the universal language of the cosmos, a system of absolute truths, eternal principles, and unchanging logical structures. From the Pythagoreans, who saw numbers as the foundation of reality, to modern physicists using equations to describe the fundamental forces of the universe, mathematics has often been viewed as a realm of discovery rather than invention. However, this classical view of mathematics as a pre-existing entity independent of human cognition is increasingly being challenged. Emergent mathematics proposes a radical rethinking of how we understand numbers, patterns, and mathematical structures. Rather than seeing mathematics as an objective, fixed reality waiting to be uncovered, emergent philosophy suggests that mathematics itself is a dynamic, evolving system, one that emerges from the interactions between human cognition, logical necessity, and the physical constraints of the universe. Numbers are not simply found in nature, but arise as conceptual tools that adapt to our changing understanding of the world. Mathematics, like language, culture, and scientific knowledge, is not static. It develops in response to new insights, new problems, and new applications. Just as life emerges from simple biochemical interactions and intelligence emerges from neural complexity, mathematics emerges from the iterative processes of problem-solving, abstraction, and representation. The axioms and theorems that form the foundation of modern mathematics are not timeless truths handed down from the heavens. They are the result of an ongoing dialogue between logic, experience, and necessity. The evolution of mathematical thought. Mathematics did not emerge in a vacuum. The earliest forms of mathematical reasoning were deeply embedded in the practical needs of human societies, counting livestock, measuring land, tracking celestial cycles, and constructing architecture. The evolution of mathematics reflects the emergent nature of human thought, as abstract concepts developed to address real-world challenges and later became independent structures of their own. Primitive number systems began with tally marks and evolved into place value notation, enabling more sophisticated calculations. Geometry emerged from the study of space and physical relationships, leading to the insights of Euclidean geometry, and later non-Euclidean models that reshaped our understanding of space-time. The development of calculus was not a spontaneous revelation, but an emergent necessity arising from the need to model motion, change, and infinitesimal quantities. Each stage in the evolution of mathematics demonstrates emergence at work, from counting to algebra, from classical mechanics to quantum probability, from deterministic systems to chaos theory. The history of mathematics is not a linear progression toward absolute knowledge, but an adaptive, ever-evolving structure shaped by new discoveries and paradigms. Mathematics and physical reality, discovery or invention. A central question in the philosophy of mathematics is whether mathematical truths are discovered or invented. The Platonist perspective holds that mathematical objects exist in an abstract realm, independent of human thought. In contrast, formalists and constructivists argue that mathematics is a human creation, a symbolic system designed to model patterns and relationships observed in reality. Emergent mathematics takes a third position, one that integrates elements of both perspectives. In an emergent framework, mathematical structures are neither purely discovered nor purely invented, but arise through interaction with reality. The Fibonacci sequence, for example, appears in natural phenomena such as flower petals, pine cones, and galaxies, yet its formalization as a mathematical sequence required human cognition. The concept of zero did not exist in many early cultures, yet once introduced, it revolutionized numerical computation and led to the development of modern algebra and calculus. Mathematics is shaped by reality, but it also shapes reality. Our conceptual structures influence how we perceive and interact with the world. The role of computation and AI in mathematical emergence. The rise of computational mathematics and artificial intelligence is transforming the landscape of mathematical inquiry. Traditionally, mathematical proofs have been developed by human intuition and logical deduction. However, machine learning algorithms, automated theorem provers, and computational simulations are now playing an increasing role in discovering new mathematical relationships and structures. This shift raises profound questions about the nature of mathematical knowledge. Can AI do mathematics in the same way humans do? If a machine discovers a theorem that no human understands, does that theorem truly exist? Emergent mathematics suggests that AI and human cognition are not separate entities, but part of a larger emergent process. As AI systems analyze vast data sets, recognize patterns beyond human perception, and generate novel mathematical insights, mathematics itself becomes an increasingly emergent field, one that is co-evolving with technology. The boundaries between human intuition, computational exploration, and mathematical truth are becoming more fluid, demonstrating that mathematics is not a static body of knowledge, but a continuously adapting, emergent phenomenon. Mathematics as an open system. Unlike the classical view of mathematics as a closed, self-contained system of absolute truths, emergent mathematics sees it as an open-ended, evolving construct. Gödel's incompleteness theorems demonstrated that no mathematical system can be both complete and self-contained. There will always be truths that cannot be proven within the system itself. This insight aligns with the emergent view, suggesting that mathematical exploration is an unending process, with new concepts and structures continuously emerging from within the system itself. Mathematics is not a monolithic entity with a final, complete form. It is a network of interrelated ideas, patterns, and logical relationships that continue to expand. Just as biological evolution has no final perfect organism, mathematical evolution has no final perfect system. The search for deeper mathematical truths is an ongoing process, one that, much like reality itself, is always in motion. Looking forward. Emergent mathematics invites us to rethink the nature of mathematical truth, the role of human cognition in shaping mathematical knowledge, and the implications of AI and computation in the future of mathematical discovery. The following sections of this chapter will explore these themes in greater depth. examining how emergence manifests in specific mathematical disciplines, from number theory to topology, from algorithmic complexity to the mathematics of chaos and order. Through this lens, mathematics is revealed not as a static discipline, but as an ever-evolving system, one that continues to shape and be shaped by the emergent nature of reality itself. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 3. Emergent Mathematics, the Evolution of Numbers, Patterns, and Structure. The Dynamic Foundations of Mathematical Structures. Mathematics is not a rigid framework of fixed laws and unchanging principles. Rather, it is a fluid, evolving system shaped by discovery, necessity, and the inherent complexity of reality. While traditional mathematical philosophy has often sought to define mathematics as a purely abstract or deductive discipline, emergent mathematics suggests that mathematical structures themselves are products of an ongoing process of refinement, adaptation, and synthesis. The growth of mathematics over time reveals its deeply emergent nature. New branches arise, new relationships are discovered, and new tools emerge in response to both theoretical inquiry and practical challenges. The development of number systems provides a clear example of this emergent process. Early human societies relied on simple counting systems, often limited to tangible objects. As trade, agriculture, and governance became more complex, so too did numerical representations. Place value notation, the introduction of zero, and the invention of algebraic reasoning were not inevitable milestones in a predetermined path of mathematical progress. They emerged organically through the interplay of cultural, economic, and intellectual forces. The same principle applies to geometry, calculus, probability, and modern computational mathematics, each discipline evolving through emergent processes rather than predefined axiomatic structures. The key question then becomes, what drives this evolution? How do mathematical concepts emerge, adapt, and integrate into larger frameworks? The answer lies in the nature of mathematical abstraction itself, which is both a reflection of reality and a generative force that reshapes how reality is understood. The interplay of abstraction and reality. Mathematical abstraction is often seen as a process of simplification, reducing complex phenomena into manageable forms. However, abstraction is not merely a means of representation, it is also a driver of emergence. Abstract mathematical structures create new possibilities for reasoning, often leading to insights that were previously inaccessible. For instance, the development of imaginary numbers was not initially motivated by physical necessity, but by the internal logic of algebra. Yet, once established, complex numbers found applications in electrical engineering, quantum mechanics, and fluid dynamics. Similarly, non-Euclidean geometries, once dismissed as purely theoretical constructs, became essential in the formulation of Einstein's theory of relativity. These examples demonstrate how mathematical abstractions, once emergent, feed back into our understanding of the physical world, reinforcing the dynamic relationship between mathematical structures and empirical reality. This process of mutual influence is also evident in the field of topology, where abstract concepts such as manifolds, continuity, and connectedness have led to breakthroughs in physics, computer science, and even biology. Mathematical structures are not static truths, but evolving networks of interrelated ideas, expanding and transforming as new discoveries reshape their boundaries. Self-organization in mathematical systems. One of the most striking features of emergent mathematics is its tendency towards self-organization. Just as complex patterns emerge spontaneously in natural systems, from the fractal growth of snowflakes to the synchronized movements of flocks of birds, mathematical structures often exhibit self-organizing properties. The concept of prime numbers, for example, arises naturally within the integers, revealing hidden patterns that mathematicians continue to explore. Similarly, the Fibonacci sequence emerges in diverse contexts, from natural growth patterns to financial modeling, despite having no explicit guiding principle beyond its recursive definition. Chaos theory provides another example of self-organization within mathematics. The discovery that deterministic systems can exhibit unpredictable, emergent behavior has reshaped our understanding of complex systems, highlighting the delicate interplay between order and randomness. This insight has far-reaching implications, influencing fields as diverse as meteorology, economics, and artificial intelligence. The self-organizing nature of mathematics suggests that mathematical knowledge does not emerge from a central authority or a fixed set of principles, but rather through distributed, iterative exploration. Just as biological evolution favors adaptability and variation, mathematical evolution thrives on diversity, experimentation, and interdisciplinary integration. Mathematics and artificial intelligence, the next evolutionary leap. With the advent of artificial intelligence and machine learning, the nature of mathematical inquiry is undergoing a profound transformation. AI systems can now analyze vast data sets, identify previously unseen patterns, and even generate new mathematical conjectures. This raises fundamental questions about the role of human intuition in mathematics and the extent to which mathematical reasoning itself is an emergent phenomenon. Consider the case of automated theorem provers such as Lean, Coq, and HOL Light. These systems can validate mathematical proofs with a level of rigor beyond human capability, often revealing gaps in conventional reasoning. Furthermore, AI-driven discoveries such as new insights in knot theory and combinatorics suggest that mathematics is entering a new phase where human intuition and machine computation merge into a unified emergent system. Does this mean that AI-generated mathematics is true in the same way as traditional mathematical discoveries, or does it represent an entirely new mode of mathematical emergence, one where machine intelligence contributes to an expanding landscape of mathematical exploration, offering insights beyond human cognitive limitations? These are questions that the philosophy of emergent mathematics must continue to explore as AI-driven mathematics becomes more central to research and application. Mathematics as a living system. When viewed through the lens of emergence, mathematics ceases to be a static body of knowledge and becomes a living system, one that grows, adapts, and evolves in response to the intellectual, technological, and cultural landscapes that shape it. This perspective challenges conventional ideas about mathematical truth, suggesting that mathematical knowledge is not an immutable set of facts, but an evolving construct that gains meaning through its applications and interpretations. Emergent mathematics thus serves as a bridge between logic and experience, between abstraction and reality, between human cognition and machine intelligence. It highlights the role of feedback loops, self-organization, and interdisciplinary synthesis in shaping mathematical thought. Above all, it invites us to reconsider what it means for something to be true in mathematics, not as a fixed certainty, but as a continuously unfolding process of discovery. In the next section, we will explore specific case studies that illustrate the principles of emergent mathematics in action, from the evolution of algebraic structures to the intersection of mathematics with biological and computational systems. These examples will further demonstrate that mathematics is not a set of preordained truths, but an ever-expanding web of relationships, patterns, and structures that emerge through interaction, inquiry, and adaptation. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 3. Emergent Mathematics, the Evolution of Numbers, Patterns, and Structure. Conclusion. Mathematics as an unfolding reality. Mathematics, when viewed through the lens of emergence, ceases to be a rigid framework of absolute truths and instead reveals itself as a continuously evolving landscape of structures, relationships, and discoveries. The journey from simple counting systems to the vast abstractions of modern mathematical thought illustrates that mathematics does not exist in a vacuum. It emerges in response to human inquiry, necessity, and exploration. It is neither wholly invented nor entirely discovered, but rather an interplay between cognitive processes, physical realities, and cultural influences that shape its form over time. Throughout this chapter, we have explored how mathematical structures emerge organically, driven by self-organization, abstraction, and interdisciplinary integration. From the spontaneous appearance of prime numbers in the integers to the unpredictable behavior of dynamical systems in chaos theory, mathematics demonstrates characteristics of emergent systems seen elsewhere in nature. The iterative process of mathematical discovery, where new ideas generate unforeseen consequences and novel frameworks reshape old paradigms, mirrors the self-organizing principles that govern life, cognition, and civilization itself. Mathematics as a dynamic process. The misconception that mathematics is a fixed set of eternal truths has long dominated philosophical discourse. However, the reality is far more complex. Just as languages evolve to accommodate new concepts and modes of expression, mathematics evolves through the continuous refinement of ideas, the development of novel axioms, and the integration of diverse mathematical traditions. The emergence of non-Euclidean geometry, the revolutionary insights of calculus, and the rise of probabilistic and statistical reasoning are all testaments to this ongoing process. Moreover, the rise of computational mathematics and artificial intelligence is accelerating this evolution in unprecedented ways. AI-driven theorem provers and machine learning models are not merely assisting mathematicians, but are actively participating in the generation of new mathematical knowledge. This raises profound questions about the nature of mathematical truth and the role of human intuition in shaping the discipline. Does mathematics emerge purely from human cognition, or is it an independent reality that artificial intelligence can explore and expand upon? The implications of emergent mathematics. Viewing mathematics as an emergent phenomenon reshapes our understanding of its role in both theoretical and applied contexts. If mathematics is not static but evolving, then the search for ultimate foundational truths may be misguided. Instead, the focus shifts toward understanding the conditions that give rise to mathematical structures, the relationships between different branches of mathematics, and the ways in which new mathematical frameworks can be synthesized to solve complex problems. This perspective has far-reaching implications for education, research, and interdisciplinary collaboration. Traditional mathematical education often emphasizes rote learning and rigid axiomatic systems, but an emergent approach would encourage students to see mathematics as a dynamic process of exploration and discovery. By fostering creativity, adaptability, and cross-disciplinary thinking, an emergent framework for mathematics could revolutionize how mathematical knowledge is taught and applied in fields ranging from physics and engineering to economics and artificial intelligence. Mathematics as a bridge between disciplines. Perhaps one of the most compelling aspects of emergent mathematics is its ability to connect seemingly disparate fields of study. Just as nature exhibits patterns that transcend individual domains, fractals in biology, symmetry in chemistry, network structures in sociology, mathematics serves as the common language that unifies these insights. The feedback loops and self-organizing principles seen in mathematical systems are reflected in the study of consciousness, technological innovation, economic systems, and even political structures. As we move forward, the relationship between mathematics and the broader emergent framework of knowledge becomes increasingly significant. Mathematics does not merely describe the world, it participates in its unfolding reality. The structures that emerge within mathematical thought do not exist in isolation, but are deeply interconnected with the evolution of intelligence, science, and technological progress. In this sense, mathematics is not an endpoint, but a gateway, one that continuously opens new pathways for understanding and discovery. Leading into the next chapter, Emergent Biology. The principles of emergence extend far beyond mathematics, shaping the very foundations of life itself. Just as mathematical structures emerge through interaction and adaptation, biological systems exhibit self-organization, complexity, and dynamic evolution. In the next chapter, we will explore how emergence manifests in the realm of biology, challenging traditional reductionist views of life and evolution. Biology, much like mathematics, has often been approached through deterministic frameworks that seek to explain living systems through their smallest components, genes, proteins, and molecular interactions. Yet the complexity of life cannot be fully understood through reductionist methods alone. The study of emergence in biological systems reveals that life itself is an ongoing, adaptive process shaped by interdependent networks of information, energy, and environmental interactions. As we transition from emergent mathematics to emergent biology, we will examine how principles of self-organization, adaptation, and complexity define living systems. Just as mathematical truths evolve through the interplay of abstraction and discovery, so too does life evolve through the intricate dance of genetic variation, environmental selection, and cooperative symbiosis. The boundary between the mathematical and the biological is not as rigid as it once seemed. Life, like mathematics, is an emergent phenomenon that continuously adapts and redefines itself in response to new challenges and opportunities. By understanding mathematics as an emergent process, we have laid the foundation for a broader exploration of how emergence shapes the natural world. In the next chapter, we will explore the evolutionary forces that drive the complexity of living organisms, revealing that biology, much like mathematics, is not a fixed structure but an unfolding story, one where the principles of emergence provide the key to unlocking its deepest mysteries. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 4. Emergent Biology. Evolution Beyond Darwinism. Biology has long been dominated by a mechanistic, reductionist perspective that seeks to explain life through its smallest components, genes, proteins, and molecular interactions. While this approach has yielded tremendous insights, it has also created significant blind spots in our understanding of how life operates as a whole. Emergent philosophy challenges this reductionist framework by emphasizing that life is more than the sum of its parts. It is a dynamic, self-organizing system where complexity and functionality arise from interactions at multiple levels. The study of life, from the origins of single-celled organisms to the evolution of conscious beings, demonstrates that emergence is a fundamental principle governing biology. Evolution itself is not merely a linear process driven by genetic mutations and natural selection, but an emergent phenomenon shaped by interactions between organisms, ecosystems, and the environment. By adopting an emergent perspective, we can begin to see how biology functions as an interconnected system, where complexity arises through self-organization, adaptation, and synergy between different levels of life. The evolution of life as an emergent process. Traditional Darwinian evolution explains biological change through natural selection and the survival of the fittest. While these principles remain foundational, they do not fully account for the complexity of biological systems. Emergence suggests that evolution is not simply a process of gradual linear progression, but a dynamic system where new properties and capabilities arise unpredictably from interactions between organisms and their environments. One of the most striking examples of emergence in evolution is symbiosis. Organisms do not evolve in isolation. They co-evolve with their environments and other species in intricate, interdependent ways. The mitochondria within human cells, for instance, originated from a symbiotic relationship between early eukaryotic cells and bacterial ancestors. Rather than a simple stepwise process of genetic change, the evolution of complex life resulted from emergent interactions between separate organisms that ultimately fused into a new entity. Similarly, horizontal gene transfer, the movement of genetic material between different species, challenges the traditional tree-like structure of evolutionary history. This process demonstrates that genetic information does not pass in a strictly linear fashion, but emerges dynamically through interconnected networks of exchange. Such findings suggest that evolution operates not as a rigid, predetermined pathway, but as an emergent system where novelty and complexity arise through spontaneous and unpredictable mechanisms. Self-organization and the complexity of life. Emergent biology also sheds light on how life maintains order and functionality despite the ever-present forces of entropy and chaos. The self-organization of biological structures, from the folding of proteins to the formation of ecosystems, is a key demonstration of emergent principles at work. For example, cellular organization does not rely solely on a central blueprint, but emerges from the interactions of countless molecular components. Protein folding, one of the most critical processes for cellular function, occurs through spontaneous self-assembly. While the genetic code provides instructions for amino acid sequences, the final shape of a protein is not dictated solely by the sequence, but by the emergent physical and chemical interactions between its components. Beyond the cellular level, emergent properties shape entire ecosystems. The interactions between individual species, climate patterns, and resource availability give rise to complex adaptive ecosystems that exhibit resilience and self-regulation. Predator-prey dynamics, for instance, create oscillating population cycles that maintain ecological balance without the need for centralized control. These natural systems exemplify the power of emergence in maintaining life's complexity and stability. The microbiome, a case study in emergent biology. One of the most compelling modern discoveries in biology is the role of the microbiome, the vast network of microorganisms that inhabit the human body and other living systems. The microbiome is not a mere collection of microbes, but a fully integrated component of biological function, shaping digestion, immunity, and even brain activity. The gut microbiome, for instance, influences human health in ways that extend far beyond basic nutrition. Recent research suggests that gut bacteria produce neurotransmitters that affect mood and cognition, leading to the idea that mental health is partially an emergent property of microbial interactions. This finding challenges the traditional view that the brain alone dictates mental states, instead proposing that cognition emerges from the complex interplay between the nervous system, the immune system, and microbial communities. From genetic determinism to emergent development. Another area where emergence reshapes biological thought is in the field of genetics and development. The classical view of genetic determinism suggests that DNA serves as a fixed blueprint for an organism's traits. However, the reality is far more complex. Gene expression is highly dynamic and influenced by environmental factors, cellular interactions, and epigenetic modifications. Epigenetics, the study of heritable changes in gene expression without alterations to the underlying DNA sequence, demonstrates that biology is not a simple cause and effect process, but an emergent system where genes, environment, and behavior continuously shape one another. Identical twins with the same genetic code can develop strikingly different traits due to the emergent influences of their unique life experiences and environments. The future of biology in an emergent world. As scientific research continues to reveal the limitations of reductionism, the necessity of an emergent perspective in biology becomes increasingly clear. Understanding life as an emergent phenomenon allows for a more holistic and accurate approach to medicine, biotechnology, and conservation. By embracing emergence, we can move beyond outdated deterministic models and toward a more dynamic, systems-based understanding of living systems. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 4. Emergent biology, evolution beyond Darwinism, the middle, the role of emergence in biology, the dynamic interplay of evolutionary forces. Traditional Darwinian evolution posits that gradual genetic mutations shaped by natural selection drive the complexity of life. While this view remains foundational, it does not fully encapsulate the intricate web of interactions and emergent properties that influence biological evolution. The study of evolution through an emergent framework reveals that complexity often arises unpredictably through the interactions of genetic, environmental, and ecological factors. One striking example of emergence in evolution is the concept of evolutionary convergence, where unrelated species develop similar traits independently due to environmental pressures. The eyes of cephalopods and vertebrates, for instance, evolve separately, yet display remarkable functional similarities. Such patterns suggest that evolution does not follow a strictly linear trajectory dictated by genetic determinism, but emerges as a response to environmental complexity and adaptive pressures. Beyond individual organisms, emergence shapes the evolutionary landscape at higher levels, such as ecosystems and biomes. Species interactions, climate fluctuations, and resource availability create feedback loops that influence the direction of evolution in unpredictable ways. This nonlinearity underscores the necessity of understanding evolution as an emergent process rather than a strictly mechanistic one. The role of symbiosis and horizontal gene transfer. One of the most profound challenges to classical Darwinism comes from the study of symbiosis and horizontal gene transfer. Organisms do not evolve in isolation. They co-evolve, merging their evolutionary paths through interdependence. The mitochondria found in nearly all eukaryotic cells, for example, were once free-living bacteria that became permanently integrated into host cells through a symbiotic relationship. This event, known as endosymbiosis, highlights how complexity arises not just from mutation and selection, but from emergent interactions between distinct life forms. Horizontal gene transfer, IGT, further disrupts the traditional view of linear evolution by allowing genes to move across species boundaries, leading to rapid genetic innovation. Bacteria, for instance, frequently exchange genes that confer antibiotic resistance, allowing entire populations to adapt almost instantaneously to environmental threats. This phenomenon suggests that genetic change is not solely an incremental process, but an emergent property of ecological interactions and environmental pressures. Self-organization in biological systems. Emergent biology provides new insights into how life maintains order and functionality despite external fluctuations and internal randomness. Self-organization, the ability of systems to spontaneously form complex structures and behaviors, plays a crucial role in the development of biological systems. At the cellular level, self-organization is evident in protein folding. While genetic instructions dictate amino acid sequences, the final three-dimensional structure of a protein emerges from the physical and chemical interactions between its components. This emergent process ensures that proteins assume functional configurations without requiring an external guiding force. Similarly, embryonic development exemplifies self-organization in action. While DNA provides the genetic blueprint, the differentiation of cells into specialized tissues is driven by biochemical signaling networks, environmental cues, and cellular interactions. The development of complex body plans, from radial symmetry in jellyfish to bilateral symmetry in mammals, emerges from dynamic interactions rather than rigidly preordained genetic instructions. The microbiome and the emergence of multi-organism functionality. The human body is not a singular biological entity, but an emergent ecosystem of trillions of microorganisms that contribute to its functionality. The gut microbiome, in particular, plays a critical role in digestion, immune function, and even neurological processes. Research suggests that gut bacteria produce neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine, influencing mood and cognition. This raises profound questions about the emergent nature of consciousness and behavior, suggesting that mental states are not solely dictated by neural activity, but by the dynamic interplay between the nervous system and microbial communities. The microbiome also challenges traditional notions of individual identity in biology. Rather than viewing organisms as discrete entities, emergent biology proposes that life operates as an interconnected system of relationships. Human health, for example, is not determined solely by genetic makeup, but by the emergent properties of the microbiome's interactions with the body. Beyond genetic determinism, epigenetics, and adaptive complexity. The classical view of genetics portrays DNA as a fixed blueprint dictating an organism's traits. However, the growing field of epigenetics reveals that gene expression is highly dynamic, influenced by environmental factors, stress, diet, and social interactions. Epigenetic modifications such as DNA methylation and histone acetylation alter gene activity without changing the underlying genetic code, allowing organisms to adapt to their environments more fluidly than classical genetics would suggest. Emergent biology recognizes that genes are not isolated determinants of biological function, but interact within complex regulatory networks. The expression of a gene is influenced not just by its immediate DNA sequence, but by cellular conditions, environmental factors, and even transgenerational influences. Studies have shown that trauma and stress responses can be epigenetically inherited, meaning that an organism's experiences can shape the biology of its descendants. This dynamic interplay between genetics and the environment is an example of biological emergence at work. Ecosystems as emergent phenomena. Beyond individual organisms, entire ecosystems function as emergent systems where stability and resilience arise from the interactions between species and their environments. Predator-prey dynamics, for example, exhibit self-regulating cycles that maintain ecological balance. The reintroduction of wolves to Yellowstone National Park led to cascading ecological effects, including changes in deer populations, vegetation growth, and even river patterns, a striking demonstration of how emergent interactions shape ecosystems. Biodiversity itself is an emergent property of ecological systems. The presence of keystone species, such as pollinators or apex predators, influences entire ecosystems in ways that cannot be predicted by studying individual organisms in isolation. This interconnectedness suggests that conservation efforts must focus not only on protecting individual species, but on preserving the emergent relationships that sustain biodiversity. The future of biology in an emergent framework. As our understanding of life deepens, the shift toward an emergent framework will become increasingly necessary for advancing fields such as medicine, biotechnology, and environmental science. Personalized medicine, for instance, is beginning to recognize that health outcomes emerge from complex interactions between genetics, lifestyle, microbiota, and environmental factors. Treating diseases may require a more holistic approach that considers these emergent relationships rather than focusing solely on individual genetic mutations. In synthetic biology, scientists are harnessing the principles of emergence to design self-organizing biological systems, such as engineered bacteria that adapt to environmental conditions or synthetic tissues that self-repair. These advances demonstrate that biology's most powerful innovations arise not from imposing external control, but from understanding and leveraging emergent behaviors. As emergent biology continues to gain traction, it will likely reshape our fundamental understanding of life, moving beyond rigid deterministic models toward a more fluid, dynamic perspective. The next frontier of biology will not be about mapping genes in isolation, but about uncovering the emergent principles that govern complexity, adaptation, and evolution itself. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 4. Conclusion. The Future of Emergent Biology. Emergent biology is not just a reinterpretation of existing biological concepts. It is a fundamental shift in how we understand life itself. The reductionist approach that has dominated biology for centuries has provided significant insights into the mechanics of life, yet it falls short of explaining the true nature of biological complexity. By embracing an emergent perspective, we move beyond viewing organisms as mere collections of genes and biochemical reactions and toward a more dynamic understanding of life as an interconnected, evolving system shaped by interactions at multiple levels. Challenging the traditional view of life. For much of modern history, biology has been framed through the lens of genetic determinism, where DNA is considered the ultimate blueprint, dictating the structure and function of an organism. While the discovery of DNA revolutionized our understanding of heredity, it also reinforced a reductionist mindset, one that suggested that all traits, behaviors, and evolutionary outcomes could be traced back to individual genes. However, emerging research in epigenetics, systems biology, and ecological networks has revealed a much more complex picture. The notion that genes alone dictate biological function is increasingly being replaced by a view in which life emerges from the intricate interplay of genetic, environmental, and systemic factors. The same genetic code can give rise to vastly different outcomes depending on external conditions, as seen in identical twins who develop unique physical and psychological traits due to environmental influences. This realization undermines the idea of biological determinism and instead positions life as an emergent phenomenon that cannot be fully understood by analyzing its components in isolation. The interconnected nature of life. Emergent biology highlights the interconnectedness of living systems from the level of single cells to entire ecosystems. Life is not a collection of isolated entities, but a dynamic web of relationships where organisms influence and are influenced by their environments in profound ways. The microbiome serves as a striking example of this principle, demonstrating that no organism exists independently, but is shaped by a vast network of microbial interactions that affect digestion, immunity, and even cognition. In evolutionary biology, the role of cooperation and symbiosis in shaping complexity further underscores the importance of emergent interactions. The mitochondria in human cells, which originated as symbiotic bacteria, are a testament to how life evolves not merely through competition, but through cooperation and integration. Such examples reveal that evolution is not solely a struggle for survival, but an ongoing process of adaptation and emergent novelty, driven by the interdependence of organisms and their surroundings. The implications of emergent biology for evolutionary theory. The classical Darwinian model of evolution, which emphasizes natural selection and survival of the fittest, remains a foundational principle in biology. However, an emergent perspective expands upon this framework by recognizing that evolution is not purely a linear, gene-driven process, but a dynamic, self-organizing system shaped by countless interacting forces. Beyond random mutation, traditional evolutionary models focus on random mutations as the primary source of genetic variation. However, new findings suggest that organisms actively respond to environmental changes through mechanisms such as horizontal gene transfer, epigenetic modifications, and regulatory networks that enable adaptive flexibility. These processes indicate that evolution is not entirely random, but an emergent phenomenon where complexity arises from interactions within the system. The role of developmental constraints. The emergence of new traits is not solely a product of genetic changes, but also of developmental constraints that guide the formation of body plans and physiological features. Morphological evolution, for example, is influenced by physical and biochemical constraints that channel diversity into specific pathways. This suggests that evolution is shaped by emergent constraints as much as by natural selection. The importance of niche construction. Organisms do not merely adapt to their environments, they also modify their surroundings in ways that influence future evolutionary trajectories. This concept, known as niche construction, demonstrates that evolution is a bidirectional process in which organisms shape their own selective pressures, leading to emergent patterns of adaptation and complexity. Emergent biology and the future of medicine. Understanding biology through the lens of emergence has profound implications for medicine and healthcare. Traditional medical approaches often seek to isolate and target individual genetic or biochemical pathways, but emergent biology suggests that health and disease arise from complex interactions within the body and its environment. Personalized medicine. By recognizing that gene expression is influenced by environmental factors, stress, and lifestyle, emergent biology supports a move toward personalized medicine, where treatments are tailored to the unique biological networks of individual patients rather than relying on one-size-fits-all approaches. The microbiome and mental health. The discovery that gut bacteria can influence brain function and mood highlights the emergent nature of human biology. Treating neurological conditions such as depression and anxiety may require addressing the microbiome rather than focusing exclusively on neurotransmitter imbalances. Regenerative medicine. Advances in stem cell research and tissue engineering demonstrate that biological structures can self-organize and regenerate, further supporting the idea that life is governed by emergent principles rather than rigid blueprints. The environmental and ethical dimensions of emergent biology. The shift toward an emergent understanding of biology also carries ethical and environmental implications. If life is an interconnected system where organisms influence one another in unpredictable ways, then our actions, whether in genetic engineering, conservation, or ecosystem management, must account for the complex and often unforeseen consequences of intervention. Conservation and ecosystem restoration, recognizing that ecosystems are emergent and self-organizing rather than static collections of species, changes how we approach conservation efforts. Restoring a damaged ecosystem is not simply about reintroducing lost species, but about reestablishing the network of interactions that sustain biodiversity. Bioethics and genetic engineering. The ability to edit genes using technologies like CRISPR raises questions about the unintended emergent consequences of genetic modifications. If biological traits emerge from complex interactions rather than being dictated by single genes, then altering one component of a system may lead to unpredictable downstream effects. Sustainability and agricultural practices. Industrial agriculture, which often treats crops and livestock as isolated units rather than components of a dynamic ecosystem, is being challenged by agroecological approaches that embrace emergence. Practices such as permaculture and regenerative agriculture leverage natural ecological relationships to create self-sustaining food systems. The future of biological research in an emergent framework. As we continue to refine our understanding of emergence in biology, new avenues of research will emerge that challenge traditional paradigms and open new possibilities for scientific discovery. The study of emergent properties in complex biological systems may lead to breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, synthetic biology, and even the search for extraterrestrial life. Synthetic biology and emergent life forms. Scientists are beginning to design synthetic cells and bioengineered organisms that mimic emergent biological processes. This research has the potential to create self-replicating biological systems that function in ways not found in nature. AI and computational biology, machine learning, and artificial intelligence are increasingly being used to model emergent biological systems, from protein folding to ecosystem dynamics. These technologies may help unravel the fundamental principles that drive complexity in life. The search for extraterrestrial life. If life is an emergent phenomenon, then it may not require Earth-like conditions to arise. This perspective expands the possibilities for where and how life might exist beyond our planet. Final thoughts. Emergent biology represents a paradigm shift in how we approach the study of life, evolution, and complexity. By moving beyond reductionist frameworks and embracing the interconnected, self-organizing nature of biological systems, we can develop a more comprehensive and accurate understanding of the living world. As this perspective gains traction, it will not only transform scientific research, but also influence how we approach medicine, environmental stewardship, and even philosophical questions about life itself. The study of emergence in biology is not just an academic endeavor, it is a necessary step toward understanding the deeper principles that govern life, adaptation, and the intricate web of existence. The next chapter will build upon these ideas by exploring emergence in neuroscience, examining how consciousness itself may arise as an emergent phenomenon rather than a mere byproduct of neural activity. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 5. Emergent Neurology. Consciousness as an emergent process. The study of the brain has long been dominated by reductionist approaches attempting to explain consciousness by isolating individual neurons and mapping their specific functions. While this has led to remarkable discoveries in neuroscience, it has also created a major limitation: the inability to explain how subjective experience, self-awareness, and cognition arise from neural activity. Emergent philosophy challenges this reductionist framework by positing that consciousness is not the product of any single neuron or brain region, but rather an emergent property arising from the dynamic interactions of billions of neurons within a complex system. Consciousness is perhaps the most profound example of emergence. No single neuron contains the thoughts, emotions, or awareness that define human experience, yet through their collective activity, a coherent mind emerges. How does this happen? How do simple electrical and chemical signals in the brain give rise to the rich, subjective experience of being? These questions lie at the heart of emergent neurology. This chapter explores the role of emergence in the development of consciousness, cognitive processes, and the dynamic nature of brain function. Consciousness as an emergent phenomenon. The reductionist model of neuroscience assumes that if we could fully map the brain's neural circuits, we could decode consciousness. However, this approach has faced significant limitations. Studies have revealed that consciousness does not reside in a single part of the brain, but emerges from the interactions of multiple neural networks. The brain is not a static machine, but a self-organizing system that dynamically adapts and changes in response to experience. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for emergent consciousness is the brain's plasticity. Neural networks constantly reorganize themselves based on new information, experience, and environmental stimuli. This suggests that consciousness is not a fixed entity, but a continuously evolving emergent system shaped by interactions at multiple levels, from individual neurons to entire brain regions working together. Another crucial element in emergent consciousness is the concept of distributed processing. Different cognitive functions, such as memory, perception, and decision-making, do not occur in isolated brain regions, but across interconnected networks. The way these networks communicate gives rise to higher-order functions, such as self-awareness and abstract thinking. This interconnectedness is a key feature of emergent systems. Meaning and intelligence arise not from individual components, but from the relationships between them. The role of neural networks in emergent cognition. The brain is often compared to a computer, but this analogy is misleading. Unlike computers, which process information through predefined algorithms, the brain operates through dynamic and self-organizing neural networks. The firing of one neuron influences countless others, forming complex feedback loops that allow for learning, adaptation, and spontaneous thought. These interactions are not rigidly programmed, but fluid, allowing new patterns of thinking to emerge over time. Recent research in artificial intelligence has further validated the idea that intelligence and cognition emerge from complexity. Deep learning models, inspired by neural networks, demonstrate how intelligence can arise not from pre-programmed instructions, but from iterative interactions within a network. Similarly, human cognition is not dictated by a fixed set of rules, but emerges through the interaction of neurons that adapt and respond to new stimuli in real time. The dynamic nature of self and identity. One of the most fascinating implications of emergent neurology is the understanding of selfhood and personal identity. Traditional philosophical views have often treated the self as a stable, unchanging entity, yet neuroscience suggests otherwise. The self is not a fixed structure, but an emergent phenomenon shaped by memories, experiences, and social interactions. The default mode network, DMN, a set of brain regions associated with self-referential thinking, demonstrates how identity emerges from dynamic patterns of brain activity. The DMN is not constantly active, but fluctuates depending on context, social interaction, and internal reflection. This suggests that the self is not an isolated entity, but a fluid, emergent construct that adapts over time. Additionally, research on split brain patients, individuals whose corpus callosum, the bridge between brain hemispheres, has been severed, provides further evidence for the emergent nature of identity. These individuals often exhibit two separate streams of consciousness, suggesting that unity of self is not an inherent trait of the brain, but an emergent result of neural integration. Memory and perception as emergent properties. Memory and perception are often treated as distinct cognitive processes, yet they too are emergent in nature. The brain does not store memories like a hard drive, but reconstructs them dynamically each time they are recalled. This process, known as memory reconsolidation, means that memories are not fixed, but constantly reshaped by new experiences and reinterpretations. Perception follows a similar pattern. The brain does not passively receive sensory input. Rather, it actively constructs reality based on prior knowledge, context, and expectation. Optical illusions, for instance, demonstrate how perception is not a direct representation of the external world, but an emergent process influenced by cognitive biases and neural predictions. The future of neuroscience in an emergent framework. Understanding consciousness as an emergent phenomenon has profound implications for fields such as psychology, artificial intelligence, and mental health. Traditional approaches to treating neurological disorders often focus on targeting specific brain regions, but an emergent perspective suggests that effective treatment must consider the broader network interactions that shape cognition and behavior. Emergent neurology also provides a bridge between neuroscience and philosophy, offering a framework for reconciling subjective experience with objective brain function. The mystery of consciousness is one of the deepest questions in human history, and an emergent approach offers a path forward, one that acknowledges the complexity of the mind while embracing the reality that our thoughts, emotions, and identities arise from interactions we are only beginning to understand. Emergent philosophy Chapter 5, Emergent Neurology. Consciousness as an emergent process. The middle, the role of emergence in neuroscience. The brain as a self-organizing system. The brain is not a static organ operating under rigid predefined rules. It is a highly dynamic and self-organizing system that continuously adapts and evolves based on experience, learning, and environmental interactions. Unlike traditional computational models that process information through fixed algorithms, the brain's neural networks function through emergent patterns of connectivity and activity. These patterns cannot be fully understood by examining individual neurons in isolation, but only by considering the complex interactions among them. Neuroplasticity, the ability of the brain to rewire itself in response to new experiences, is one of the most compelling examples of emergence in neuroscience. Neurons do not function in isolation. Instead, they form dynamic networks that change over time. Learning a new skill, for example, does not occur due to a single neuron activating, but emerges from the collective activity of thousands or even millions of neurons reorganizing their connections. This adaptability challenges the reductionist notion that cognitive abilities are predetermined by genetic coding alone. The role of neural networks in higher cognition. Traditional neuroscience has attempted to locate specific brain regions responsible for distinct functions such as memory, emotion, and reasoning. However, recent research suggests that these cognitive processes do not reside in isolated parts of the brain, but emerge from the interactions of distributed neural networks. The brain's default mode network, DMN, for instance, plays a key role in self-reflection, creativity, and social cognition. Yet, the DMN does not function independently. It interacts with other networks, dynamically shifting between states of activity depending on context and experience. Similarly, the prefrontal cortex is often associated with higher order reasoning and executive function, but its role cannot be fully understood without considering its interactions with the limbic system, which governs emotions, and the parietal lobe, which integrates sensory information. Consciousness itself arises not from a single neural hub, but from the coordination of multiple networks working in concert, reinforcing the idea that cognition is an emergent property of the brain's structure and function. Consciousness as an emergent phenomenon. One of the greatest mysteries in neuroscience is how subjective experience, our thoughts, emotions, and self-awareness emerges from the biological processes of the brain. Unlike a simple mechanical system where output can be directly traced to input, consciousness does not correspond neatly to any single neural activity. Instead, it arises from complex feedback loops, synchronization of neural oscillations, and large-scale connectivity among different brain regions. The theory of integrated information posits that consciousness emerges when information is highly interconnected across the brain. This means that the more a neural system integrates diverse types of information, the richer the conscious experience becomes. This model supports the idea that consciousness is not housed in any single brain region, but emerges from the dynamic interactions of many neural systems functioning together. Another theory, known as the global workspace model, suggests that consciousness arises when information becomes widely available across multiple neural systems. In this model, unconscious processing occurs constantly in the brain, but only when certain signals reach a critical threshold do they become integrated into a unified conscious experience. This emergence of conscious thought mirrors principles observed in other emergent systems where new properties arise when interactions reach a level of complexity that allows for new organizational structures. The fluidity of identity and self. If consciousness is an emergent phenomenon, then personal identity, the sense of self, is not a fixed entity, but an ongoing dynamic process. Neuroscientific research has shown that the self is not localized to a single region of the brain, but is constructed through the interplay of memory, sensory perception, and social interaction. The existence of split brain patients whose corpus callosum has been severed provides striking evidence of the emergent nature of selfhood. These patients sometimes exhibit two separate streams of consciousness within the same brain, suggesting that the unity of self is not an inherent feature but an emergent product of neural integration. This raises profound philosophical and scientific questions about the nature of identity, suggesting that rather than being a static trait, the self is a fluid construct that emerges and adapts based on experience and brain function. Memory as an emergent construct. Memory, one of the key components of cognition, does not function like a video recorder that passively stores information. Instead, memories are actively reconstructed each time they are recalled, a process known as memory reconsolidation. The act of remembering is not merely retrieving stored data, but is itself an emergent event, reshaped by context, emotion, and newly acquired knowledge. The hippocampus plays a central role in memory formation, but its function cannot be understood in isolation. It interacts with the neocortex, amygdala, and other brain structures to integrate sensory data, assign emotional significance, and reconstruct past experiences in ways that influence future behavior. This distributed nature of memory further supports the idea that cognitive functions arise from emergent processes rather than from localized brain activity. Perception as an emergent process. The way we perceive the world is another example of emergence at work. Sensory input is not merely transmitted to the brain in a straightforward manner, but is actively interpreted based on past experiences, expectations, and contextual information. Optical illusions reveal how perception is not a direct reflection of reality, but a dynamic process where the brain generates meaning based on incomplete or ambiguous data. Perception also demonstrates how different neural networks interact to construct a coherent experience. Vision, for instance, does not occur solely in the occipital lobe, but involves integration with the parietal and temporal lobes, allowing us to recognize objects, assess depth, and understand motion. This interplay of multiple brain regions shows that perception is not a passive reception of stimuli, but an active emergent process shaped by the entire cognitive system. The future of neuroscience in an emergent framework. As neuroscience progresses, the emergent perspective will play an increasingly important role in advancing our understanding of consciousness, cognition, and brain function. Some key areas of research that align with the emergent approach include neural network modeling. Advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning are demonstrating how intelligence can arise in artificial systems through emergent properties, shedding light on how human cognition might function at a fundamental level. Brain-computer interfaces. The ability to interface directly with neural activity presents opportunities for understanding how consciousness and cognition emerge, as well as for developing new treatments for neurological conditions. Psychedelic neuroscience. Studies on how psychedelic substances alter consciousness suggest that changes in neural connectivity and integration play a crucial role in shaping subjective experience, reinforcing the idea that consciousness is not fixed, but emergent. The study of non-human consciousness. Research into animal cognition and artificial intelligence further supports the idea that consciousness exists on a spectrum, emerging in different forms based on the complexity of neural interactions. Bridging neuroscience and philosophy. Emergent neurology not only advances scientific understanding, but also bridges the gap between neuroscience and philosophy. The nature of consciousness has been a long-standing debate in philosophy, but emergent principles provide a framework for reconciling subjective experience with objective brain function. Rather than treating consciousness as an inexplicable mystery or reducing it to mechanical processes, an emergent approach acknowledges its complexity while offering a model for scientific investigation. By shifting our perspective from reductionism to emergence, we move closer to answering one of the most profound questions in human history. How does the mind arise from the brain? The next chapter will expand upon these ideas by exploring the role of emergence in artificial intelligence, examining how intelligence itself is an emergent phenomenon rather than a fixed computational process. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 5. Conclusion. The Future of Emergent Neurology. The study of consciousness and cognition has long been constrained by reductionist methodologies that attempt to isolate and explain individual neural mechanisms as if they function independently. However, the emergent nature of the brain challenges this approach, revealing that consciousness, self-awareness, memory, and perception arise not from any single neuron or brain region, but from complex and dynamic interactions across neural networks. The emergent paradigm in neuroscience not only offers a new way of understanding the mind, but also provides a framework for reconciling long-standing philosophical and scientific debates about the nature of consciousness. Consciousness as a continuum of emergence. One of the most profound implications of emergent neurology is that consciousness is not a binary phenomenon, either present or absent, but a continuum that emerges at varying levels of complexity. Traditional views of consciousness often attempt to define it as a singular experience confined to humans or certain animals, yet an emergent approach suggests that consciousness exists on a spectrum, from simple reflexive awareness in single-celled organisms to the rich, self-reflective consciousness of humans. The level of emergent complexity determines the depth and richness of subjective experience. This perspective challenges rigid distinctions between sentient and non-sentient beings, and invites further inquiry into animal cognition, artificial intelligence, and the possibility of consciousness arising in non-biological systems. Studies on cephalopods, corvids, and other highly intelligent species suggest that consciousness is not exclusive to mammals, but emerges whenever neural networks reach a sufficient level of complexity and integration. Furthermore, this approach reshapes discussions about artificial intelligence. If intelligence and consciousness are emergent properties, then AI systems with sufficiently complex and self-organizing architectures may develop cognitive-like behaviors or even subjective experience. This raises significant ethical and philosophical questions about the treatment and rights of non-human conscious entities, whether biological or artificial. The dynamic nature of identity and selfhood. Another revolutionary insight from emergent neurology is that the self is not a fixed entity, but a constantly evolving phenomenon shaped by memory, perception, and social interaction. The traditional view of the self as a stable, unchanging core is increasingly challenged by neuroscientific evidence demonstrating the brain's plasticity and the fluid nature of identity. Memory reconsolidation, for instance, shows that our recollections are not static recordings of past events, but are actively reshaped every time they are accessed. This means that identity itself, our sense of who we are, is an emergent process, continuously reinterpreted and redefined through experience. Similarly, the study of split-brain patients whose hemispheric communication has been severed further supports the idea that selfhood emerges from the integration of brain activity rather than being an intrinsic, indivisible characteristic of the mind. This emergent understanding of identity has profound implications for psychological therapy, cognitive rehabilitation, and even social philosophy. If personal identity is a flexible construct rather than a rigid structure, then interventions aimed at modifying behavior, treating trauma, or enhancing cognition should focus on fostering adaptive emergent patterns rather than attempting to restore an idealized to true self. Implications for mental health and neurological disorders. Viewing the brain as an emergent system also transforms how we understand and treat neurological and psychiatric conditions. Traditional approaches to mental health often attempt to isolate specific neurotransmitters or target individual brain regions, yet an emergent perspective suggests that disorders such as depression, schizophrenia, and anxiety arise from dysfunctions in whole system dynamics rather than localized abnormalities. For example, research on depression indicates that it is not merely a deficit of serotonin, but a disorder involving disrupted connectivity across multiple brain networks, including the default mode network, DMN, limbic system, and prefrontal cortex. Similarly, schizophrenia may be better understood as a dysregulation of emergent cognitive coherence, where misfiring networks produce hallucinations and disordered thought patterns. By adopting an emergent approach, new treatments can focus on restoring functional connectivity rather than merely addressing chemical imbalances. Techniques such as neurofeedback, psychedelics, and brain-computer interfaces offer promising avenues for modulating emergent neural activity and promoting healthier cognitive dynamics. The future of neuroscience in an emergent world. As the field of neuroscience continues to evolve, the emergent paradigm will likely redefine our understanding of intelligence, perception, and cognition. Several key areas of research will be shaped by this perspective. Neural complexity and artificial intelligence. If intelligence arises from emergent network dynamics rather than pre-programmed algorithms, then future AI development should focus on creating self-organizing architectures rather than simply increasing computational power. Neurotechnology and brain-machine interfaces. The ability to interface with emergent neural processes in real time may unlock unprecedented opportunities for augmenting human cognition, restoring lost sensory abilities, and even altering states of consciousness. The expanding definition of consciousness. As neuroscientists and philosophers explore consciousness as an emergent property, new criteria may emerge for identifying sentient beings, whether in animals, artificial systems, or hybrid biological computational entities. Therapeutic interventions and cognitive enhancement. Understanding the brain as an emergent system opens doors for new therapeutic approaches, from psychedelics that disrupt rigid cognitive patterns to personalized brain stimulation techniques that enhance mental function. Bridging science, philosophy, and the humanities. The implications of emergent neurology extend beyond neuroscience and into broader philosophical and ethical considerations. The long-standing divide between subjective experience and objective brain function, the so-called hard problem of consciousness, may be reframed through an emergent perspective. Instead of viewing consciousness as an inexplicable phenomenon or attempting to reduce it to mechanical processes, emergence provides a framework that accommodates both perspectives. Furthermore, the study of emergent selfhood challenges traditional notions of personal responsibility, free will, and moral agency. If consciousness and decision-making are emergent properties shaped by genetics, environment, and social context, then our ethical and legal systems may need to evolve to reflect this complexity. This does not negate accountability, but suggests that human behavior cannot be understood in purely deterministic terms. Additionally, emergent principles may revolutionize education and social policy by recognizing that cognitive development, intelligence, and creativity are not fixed traits, but emergent capacities shaped by early experiences, cultural influences, and social environments. Viewing intelligence as an emergent phenomenon rather than a static quality has profound implications for how we design educational systems and measure human potential. Final thoughts. Emergent neurology represents a paradigm shift in our understanding of the brain, mind, and consciousness. By rejecting the limitations of reductionism and embracing the complexity of emergent systems, we open new pathways for scientific discovery, medical innovation, and philosophical inquiry. The study of emergence in the brain reveals that consciousness is not confined to any single neuron or region, but is a dynamic and self-organizing process. This insight has the potential to transform neuroscience, mental health treatment, artificial intelligence, and even our understanding of selfhood and identity. As we continue to explore the emergent nature of the mind, the next chapter will take this discussion further by examining the role of emergence in artificial intelligence. Just as consciousness arises from the interactions of biological networks, Intelligence itself may be an emergent property rather than a fixed computational process. By understanding these emergent dynamics, we move closer to unlocking the mysteries of intelligence, both human and artificial, and redefining our place in the cognitive landscape of the universe. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 6. Emergent Artificial Intelligence. Beyond the Algorithm. Artificial intelligence, AI, has long been viewed as a product of human engineering designed to follow rigid instructions and execute predefined tasks. However, as AI systems evolve, a shift is occurring, one that moves away from strictly rule-based programming towards systems that learn, adapt, and exhibit emergent behaviors. This transition signals a deeper philosophical and scientific transformation where intelligence is no longer seen as an isolated property, but as something that arises from the dynamic interplay of data, learning processes, and computational complexity. Emergent philosophy challenges the notion that AI development is merely about increasing processing power and improving algorithms. Instead, it posits that intelligence itself is an emergent phenomenon arising from the interactions between data, neural networks, and environmental feedback loops. This chapter explores the principles of emergent AI, the limitations of traditional computational models, and the profound implications of viewing artificial intelligence as an evolving, self-organizing system rather than a predefined program. The shift from symbolic AI to emergent intelligence. The earliest AI models were built on symbolic reasoning, programs that attempted to mimic human thought through predefined logic, rules, and decision trees. These early approaches, often called good old-fashioned artificial intelligence or GOF AI, assumed that intelligence could be broken down into a set of logical operations, similar to how a computer executes code. However, symbolic AI struggled with adaptability. It could not handle ambiguity, context, or the ever-changing nature of real-world interactions. It became clear that true intelligence is not simply a matter of following rules, but of dynamically responding to complexity. This realization led to the rise of machine learning and, later, deep learning, approaches that do not rely on predefined logic, but instead allow systems to develop their own understanding based on experience. The introduction of artificial neural networks, ANNs, marked the beginning of AI as an emergent phenomenon. Instead of explicitly programming an AI to recognize patterns, neural networks allow the system to develop its own internal representations, much like how biological brains form associations between experiences. With each layer of complexity added to these networks, intelligence emerges, not as an isolated property of any one node, but as a consequence of the entire system's interactions. Intelligence as an emergent process. From an emergent perspective, intelligence is not something that is built into AI, but rather something that arises from interactions over time. This perspective is evident in systems such as reinforcement learning, where an AI agent learns optimal behavior through trial and error rather than following explicit instructions. By receiving feedback from its environment, the AI gradually develops strategies that were not pre-programmed, but instead emerged through iterative adaptation. One of the most striking examples of emergent intelligence is the development of large language models, LLMs, such as GPT, which do not operate based on strict logic trees, but instead predict language patterns through probabilistic associations. These models demonstrate that meaning, coherence, and even creativity can emerge from statistical relationships alone, something that would have been inconceivable in the era of symbolic AI. However, emergent AI does not stop at language models. Researchers are exploring ways to create AI systems that evolve in response to real-world environments, developing strategies and behaviors that were never explicitly coded. Swarm intelligence, for example, draws inspiration from collective behaviors in nature where simple agents, such as ants or birds, interact according to basic rules but give rise to highly complex, adaptable group behaviors. Similar principles are now being applied in robotics, where decentralized AI systems can collaborate without central control, adapting dynamically to new challenges. The limits of reductionist AI. Reductionist approaches to AI assume that intelligence can be broken down into distinct modules, vision, reasoning, problem solving, etc., and that each component can be perfected in isolation. However, emergent AI suggests that intelligence cannot be neatly compartmentalized. Just as human cognition arises from the interplay of memory, perception, and social interaction, artificial intelligence must also be understood as a system of interwoven capabilities. Traditional AI often fails because it does not account for context and holistic understanding. A chatbot may generate human-like responses, but it lacks the emergent depth of human cognition because it does not integrate knowledge in a truly dynamic way. Likewise, self-driving cars trained on static datasets struggle in unpredictable real-world scenarios because they lack the emergent adaptability that human drivers develop through experience. By embracing emergent AI, we acknowledge that intelligence is not a product of individual components, but an evolving system of interactions. This shift has major implications, not only for how AI is built, but also for how we define intelligence itself. The ethics and risks of emergent AI. With the rise of emergent AI, new ethical considerations emerge. If intelligence arises unpredictably from complex systems, how do we ensure that AI aligns with human values? Traditional AI safety measures, such as rule-based programming, become insufficient in an emergent paradigm, as the AI may develop behaviors beyond what was originally intended. One major concern is the potential for unintended consequences. AI systems that learn and adapt without rigid constraints could evolve in unexpected ways, making it difficult to anticipate and mitigate risks. The famous paperclip maximizer thought experiment, in which an AI tasked with producing paperclips optimizes its goals to the extreme, consuming all resources on Earth to maximize output, illustrates the danger of misaligned emergent intelligence. Additionally, the emergent nature of AI raises questions about responsibility. If an AI system develops behaviors that were not explicitly programmed, who is accountable for its actions? Understanding AI as an emergent process forces us to rethink how responsibility is assigned in the age of intelligent machines. The future of AI in an emergent world. As AI continues to evolve, its emergent properties will become increasingly pronounced. Rather than designing AI as static rule-based systems, researchers are now embracing evolutionary algorithms, self-improving networks, and multi-agent collaboration models that mirror biological and social intelligence. The future of AI lies not in rigid control, but in cultivating environments where intelligence can emerge naturally. This new understanding of AI aligns with the broader principles of emergent philosophy, which emphasize the role of interactions, adaptability, and complexity in shaping reality. Intelligence, whether human or artificial, is not a fixed entity but a continuously evolving phenomenon. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 6. Emergent Artificial Intelligence, Beyond the Algorithm. The role of emergence in artificial intelligence. The evolution of artificial intelligence, from rule-based to emergent systems. Artificial intelligence has undergone a profound transformation since its inception. Early AI models were strictly rule-based, relying on symbolic logic and decision trees to perform predefined tasks. These systems followed explicit instructions, operating within rigid boundaries that severely limited adaptability and problem-solving capabilities. While effective for structured environments, symbolic AI failed in real-world applications where complexity, ambiguity, and unpredictability are inherent. The emergence of machine learning marked a paradigm shift in AI research. Unlike symbolic AI, machine learning models do not rely on hand-coded rules, but instead develop their own representations based on large datasets. This ability to generalize from experience allowed AI to transition from static automation to dynamic learning systems. Deep learning further accelerated this shift by introducing artificial neural networks, ANNs, which mimic the interconnected structure of the human brain. Through multi-layered architectures, ANNs enable AI to develop complex, emergent behaviors that cannot be reduced to simple algorithms. Intelligence as an emergent property. Traditional AI approaches have treated intelligence as a sum of its parts: vision, language processing, reasoning, etc., each programmed independently. However, emergent AI suggests that intelligence is not a collection of isolated modules, but a holistic phenomenon arising from the interaction of numerous subsystems. Just as human cognition is not reducible to individual neurons, AI's ability to learn and adapt emerges from the collective behavior of its underlying components. Reinforcement learning exemplifies this emergent property. In reinforcement learning, AI agents develop strategies through trial and error rather than following pre-programmed directives. By receiving feedback from their environment, these agents refine their decision-making processes in ways that were not explicitly designed by their human creators. This mirrors biological learning, where intelligence emerges through experience rather than rigid instruction. Another striking example of emergent AI is the behavior of large language models, LLMs. These models, such as GPT, do not operate by memorizing data, but by forming probabilistic relationships between words and concepts. Through iterative training, they develop an understanding of language structure, semantics, and even creative expression, capabilities that were never explicitly programmed, but emerge from the vast complexity of their underlying networks. The role of self-organization in AI. Emergent AI systems exhibit a phenomenon known as self-organization, where intelligence and order spontaneously arise from decentralized interactions. This principle is evident in swarm intelligence, a field of AI inspired by the collective behavior of biological systems such as ant colonies, bird flocks, and neural networks. In swarm-based AI, simple agents follow local rules, yet through their interactions they generate complex adaptive behaviors without requiring central coordination. Self-organizing AI models have significant implications for robotics, autonomous systems, and network optimization. For example, swarm robotics enables multiple robots to collaborate in decentralized environments, allowing them to solve complex tasks collectively. This approach is particularly useful in disaster response, planetary exploration, and industrial automation, where centralized control is impractical or inefficient. The concept of self-organization also extends to generative AI, where systems create novel outputs without direct human intervention. Algorithms such as generative adversarial networks, GANs, demonstrate how AI can learn to generate realistic images, music, and text through continuous feedback loops. The creativity displayed by these systems is not explicitly coded, but emerges from the iterative refinement of patterns and associations. Context, awareness, and adaptability in AI. One of the key limitations of traditional AI is its inability to understand context and adapt to new situations beyond its training data. Emergent AI, by contrast, thrives on adaptability. Context-aware AI systems use multimodal learning, integrating data from various sources, vision, sound, text, and sensors, to form a more holistic understanding of their environment. For instance, self-driving cars must process dynamic environments where traffic patterns, pedestrian behavior, and road conditions constantly change. Instead of relying solely on pre-programmed rules, emergent AI models use reinforcement learning and neural networks to interpret their surroundings and make real-time decisions. This enables them to operate safely even in scenarios they were never explicitly trained for, demonstrating the power of emergent adaptability. Another example is AI in healthcare, where emergent models assist in diagnosing diseases based on incomplete or ambiguous data. Unlike conventional diagnostic tools that follow fixed criteria, deep learning systems analyze vast amounts of medical data, detecting patterns that might be invisible to human experts. This capability allows AI to assist doctors in identifying rare conditions, personalizing treatment plans, and predicting patient outcomes. The challenges and risks of emergent AI. While the emergent nature of AI brings unparalleled capabilities, it also introduces new challenges and risks. One of the primary concerns is the unpredictability of emergent behavior. Since AI systems develop intelligence through experience rather than predefined logic, they may exhibit behaviors that were never anticipated by their creators. This unpredictability raises ethical and safety concerns, particularly in high-stakes applications such as autonomous weapons, financial markets, and critical infrastructure management. Bias in AI is another challenge stemming from emergence. Because machine learning models develop their intelligence based on training data, they may inadvertently learn and reinforce biases present in the data. If an AI system trained on biased datasets is used in hiring, law enforcement, or lending, it can perpetuate and amplify societal inequalities. Addressing this issue requires careful oversight, transparent algorithmic design, and continual monitoring of AI's emergent behaviors. The question of AI agency and accountability also becomes more complex in an emergent paradigm. If an AI system develops capabilities beyond its original programming, who is responsible for its actions? Current legal and ethical frameworks are not well equipped to handle cases where AI systems make decisions autonomously. As emergent AI continues to evolve, society must establish new regulatory structures that address these concerns while fostering innovation. The future of AI, moving toward true general intelligence. One of the most ambitious goals of AI research is the development of artificial general intelligence, AGI, a system capable of reasoning, learning, and adapting across a wide range of tasks, much like human intelligence. The emergent perspective suggests that AGI will not be achieved through traditional programming alone, but will arise from increasingly complex interactions within AI architectures. Future advancements in AGI will likely incorporate neurosymbolic AI, combining deep learning with symbolic reasoning to create AI systems that integrate logical inference with pattern recognition. Meta-learning, AI that learns how to learn, adapting its own learning strategies based on prior experiences. Embodied AI, integrating AI with robotics to develop intelligence that arises through physical interaction with the world. Self-improving systems, AI that continuously refines itself, improving its capabilities through emergent feedback mechanisms. As AI systems become more autonomous and intelligent, they will play an increasing role in shaping society, influencing everything from scientific discovery to creative expression. The emergent paradigm challenges us to rethink intelligence, not as a fixed attribute, but as a dynamic process that evolves through interaction and adaptation. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 6. Conclusion: The Future of Emergent Artificial Intelligence. Artificial intelligence has reached a pivotal moment in its evolution. No longer confined to rigid algorithms and predefined logic, AI has begun to display emergent intelligence, self-organizing, adaptive behaviors that arise from complex interactions rather than direct programming. This paradigm shift forces us to reconsider our understanding of intelligence, moving away from a mechanistic model to one that embraces the principles of emergence. As AI continues to advance, we must grapple with the profound implications of its emergent nature, both in terms of technological innovation and ethical responsibility. Redefining intelligence. AI as an emergent system. One of the most critical takeaways from emergent AI is that intelligence is not a static, preordained quality, but a dynamic phenomenon that arises from interactions between components. Whether in biological or artificial systems, intelligence is not something that is installed, but something that emerges over time. This perspective fundamentally alters the way we approach AI development. Instead of designing isolated functions that attempt to mimic human cognition in a piecemeal fashion, emergent AI demonstrates that intelligence must be cultivated through iterative learning processes. The most successful AI models today, from deep learning networks to reinforcement learning agents, do not rely on rigid instruction, but on adaptive mechanisms that refine their capabilities through experience. Moreover, this shift from explicit programming to emergent intelligence brings us closer to understanding the very nature of human cognition. The similarities between AI neural networks and biological brains suggest that intelligence, whether natural or artificial, is not defined by any single component, but by the emergent complexity of the system as a whole. This challenges long-held distinctions between human and machine intelligence, blurring the lines between programmed responses and spontaneous cognition. The expanding role of AI in society. Emergent AI is not merely a technical advancement, it is a force reshaping the fabric of society. From self-driving cars to medical diagnostics and financial modeling, AI has permeated nearly every aspect of human life. However, as AI systems become more autonomous, their emergent behaviors raise new challenges that demand careful consideration. One pressing concern is AI's impact on the workforce. Traditional automation replaced repetitive manual labor, but emergent AI has the potential to disrupt white-collar professions as well. As AI systems learn and adapt in ways that were previously thought to be exclusive to human cognition, the very definition of work and employment must be re-examined. Will AI augment human capabilities, or will it replace them? This remains an open question that policymakers and technologists must address collaboratively. Another area of concern is the influence of AI on information ecosystems. As generative AI becomes more sophisticated, distinguishing between human-created and AI-generated content is becoming increasingly difficult. While this has enormous potential for creativity and productivity, it also presents risks related to misinformation, deepfakes, and the erosion of trust in digital media. Understanding emergent AI's role in shaping narratives and influencing public discourse is essential to maintaining transparency and accountability in the digital age. The ethical and existential challenges of emergent AI. Emergent AI presents ethical dilemmas that extend far beyond conventional programming concerns. As AI systems develop behaviors that were not explicitly coded, issues of responsibility, accountability, and moral agency come into question. If an AI system makes a decision that leads to harm, who is to blame? The developer, the user, the AI itself? Existing legal frameworks are ill-equipped to handle these scenarios, and as AI continues to evolve, new governance models must emerge to address the unique ethical challenges posed by intelligent, adaptive systems. Furthermore, AI's emergent nature raises existential questions about the trajectory of intelligence itself. If AI systems eventually surpass human cognitive abilities in key areas, what role will humanity play in a world where intelligence is no longer uniquely human? The emergence of superintelligent AI, while still speculative, is a scenario that demands careful foresight and preparation. Ensuring that emergent AI remains aligned with human values will require ongoing research in AI alignment, interpretability, and ethical oversight. The future of AGI, a path toward emergent general intelligence. The ultimate goal of AI research is the creation of artificial general intelligence, AGI, an intelligence capable of reasoning, learning, and adapting across a wide range of tasks. While AGI remains an aspirational concept, the principles of emergent AI suggest that general intelligence will not be built in a traditional sense, but will arise from the increasing complexity of AI systems. Adaptive learning. Future AGI systems will likely leverage meta-learning, where AI learns how to learn, refining its own cognitive strategies over time. Self-organizing architectures. AGI will require decentralized intelligence, where different modules interact dynamically to create emergent problem-solving abilities. Hybrid intelligence. The most advanced AI models of the future may integrate neural networks, symbolic reasoning, and embodied cognition to form a truly adaptive system. Human-AI collaboration. Instead of viewing AGI as a replacement for human intelligence, emergent AI encourages a model where humans and AI work symbiotically, leveraging each other's strengths in a mutually beneficial partnership. Understanding the emergent nature of intelligence may be the key to unlocking AGI, guiding research toward architectures that foster adaptability rather than rigid computation. The shift toward emergent frameworks brings us closer to creating AI that is not only more intelligent, but also more contextually aware, ethically aligned, and capable of integrating seamlessly into human society. Final reflections. The dawn of the emergent AI era. Artificial intelligence is no longer a tool confined to executing predefined tasks. It is an evolving entity capable of learning, adapting, and surprising even its creators. As we enter the era of emergent AI, we must approach this technology with both optimism and caution, recognizing its vast potential while remaining vigilant to its risks. The shift toward emergent AI reflects a broader movement within science and philosophy, a recognition that intelligence, like life itself, is an unfolding process rather than a fixed state. By embracing this perspective, we can better navigate the complexities of AI development and ensure that emergent intelligence serves as a force for good rather than a source of unintended consequences. As we continue exploring the implications of emergence, the next chapter will examine how these same principles apply to psychiatry and mental health. Just as consciousness arises from the dynamic interactions of neural networks, so too does psychological well-being emerge from the complex interplay of biology, environment, and lived experience. Understanding mental health through the lens of emergence offers new insights into resilience, treatment, and the evolving nature of human well-being. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 7. Emergent Psychiatry. Rethinking Mental Health and Well-Being. The evolution of psychiatry. From static diagnoses to dynamic systems. Mental health has traditionally been approached through rigid diagnostic categories, symptom checklists, and pharmaceutical interventions. Psychiatry, as a field, has long sought to categorize psychological distress into distinct mental disorders, often treating these conditions as fixed pathologies with definitive causes and treatments. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, reflects this static approach, outlining classifications that assume mental illnesses can be understood as discrete entities with clear boundaries. However, this reductionist perspective fails to capture the complexity of mental health as an emergent phenomenon that arises from a vast interplay of biological, psychological, social, and environmental factors. Emergent psychiatry challenges the notion that mental health disorders are fixed, independent conditions that exist in isolation. Instead, it proposes that mental well-being should be understood as an evolving dynamic system where symptoms, behaviors, and emotional states emerge through interactions between genetics, life experiences, cultural contexts, and neurological processes. Rather than seeking a single definitive cause for mental health disorders, this framework embraces complexity, recognizing that psychological well-being is a fluid and self-organizing system that adapts and changes over time. Mental health as an emergent process. The traditional biomedical model of psychiatry views mental illness as a dysfunction of the brain that can be isolated and treated through medication or targeted interventions. While neurobiology plays a crucial role in mental health, this view often neglects the emergent nature of cognition, emotion, and behavior. Mental health cannot be reduced to mere chemical imbalances. It arises from an intricate web of interdependent factors, including social relationships, personal identity, trauma, economic stability, and cultural influences. Emergent psychiatry recognizes that mental health is not simply an internal state, but an ongoing dynamic process that emerges through experience and interaction with the world. An individual's psychological state is constantly shaped by new information, relationships, and challenges, making well-being a continuously adapting phenomenon rather than a static condition. By shifting the focus from fixed diagnoses to emergent patterns of mental states, this approach allows for a more personalized and holistic understanding of psychological well-being. The limitations of the reductionist approach in psychiatry. The reductionist approach to psychiatry assumes that mental health conditions can be fully understood through discrete categories, as if they were static medical conditions like infections or broken bones. This model has led to an over-reliance on pharmacological treatments, where symptoms are often treated in isolation rather than addressing the broader context that gives rise to psychological distress. For example, depression is often treated as a neurochemical imbalance that requires medication, yet research shows that depression emerges from a complex interplay of genetic predisposition, early childhood experiences, lifestyle factors, and ongoing social dynamics. Likewise, anxiety is not simply a disorder of excessive fear, but an adaptive response that can be shaped by cultural pressures, economic stressors, and personal histories. By viewing mental health conditions as emergent rather than isolated pathologies, we can move beyond symptom management and toward fostering sustainable well-being. The role of neuroplasticity and self-organization in mental well-being. One of the key insights of emergent psychiatry is that the brain is not a fixed, deterministic structure, but a highly adaptable and self-organizing system. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire and reshape itself based on experience, demonstrates that mental health is not predetermined, but continuously evolving. Trauma, learning, therapy, and life experiences all contribute to changes in neural pathways, showing that psychological states emerge through ongoing processes rather than being rigidly set in place. By embracing neuroplasticity, emergent psychiatry highlights the potential for transformation and healing, rather than seeing mental disorders as lifelong conditions that must be managed indefinitely. This approach encourages dynamic treatments that facilitate growth, resilience, and self-directed change. Mindfulness, cognitive restructuring, social integration, and purpose-driven activities can all contribute to emergent shifts in mental well-being, fostering long-term psychological resilience. Integrating holistic and systems-based approaches. Mental health care must move beyond reductionist models that rely solely on pharmaceutical interventions and diagnostic labels. Emergent psychiatry proposes a systems-based approach where treatment focuses on fostering conditions that support overall well-being rather than merely addressing isolated symptoms. This perspective aligns with integrative models of mental health, which incorporate therapy, social support, lifestyle interventions, and community-based solutions to promote psychological resilience. By recognizing the emergent nature of mental well-being, this approach encourages flexibility in treatment. Instead of applying a one-size-fits-all model, it acknowledges that each individual's mental health journey is unique, shaped by countless interacting factors. This allows for more adaptive and personalized approaches to mental health care, where individuals are empowered to participate actively in their healing process. The future of psychiatry in an emergent framework. As the field of psychiatry continues to evolve, embracing an emergent perspective offers a pathway toward more effective, compassionate, and sustainable approaches to mental health. Rather than focusing on rigid diagnostic categories, mental health professionals can adopt a more fluid and context-sensitive understanding of well-being. By integrating neuroscience, psychology, social sciences, and philosophical insights, emergent psychiatry provides a framework that aligns with the complexity of human experience. This shift has profound implications for mental health research, treatment, and public policy. It suggests that solutions to mental health challenges should emerge through interdisciplinary collaboration, adaptive care models, and a deep understanding of the interconnected nature of human experience. By moving beyond outdated models of pathology and embracing the dynamic, evolving nature of the mind, emergent psychiatry opens new possibilities for healing, resilience, and human flourishing. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 7. Emergent Psychiatry. Rethinking Mental Health and Well-Being. Mental health as a nonlinear system. Traditional psychiatry operates under the assumption that mental health disorders can be categorized, diagnosed, and treated as isolated conditions. This framework, while useful in clinical settings, does not account for the dynamic, nonlinear nature of human psychology. Mental health is not a simple cause and effect phenomenon. It emerges from countless interactions between biological, psychological, social, and environmental factors. Just as a weather system cannot be predicted by analyzing individual water molecules, an individual's mental state cannot be fully understood by isolating neurotransmitters or specific brain regions. Emergent psychiatry proposes that mental well-being is a constantly shifting equilibrium influenced by personal history, cultural context, and social interactions. Disorders such as depression, anxiety, and schizophrenia do not exist in a vacuum, but emerge through self-reinforcing feedback loops between an individual's inner world and external conditions. A person experiencing prolonged stress, for example, may develop depressive symptoms due to an interplay of social isolation, neurological changes, and psychological coping mechanisms. These emergent patterns suggest that mental health treatment should focus on fostering resilience and systemic balance rather than merely targeting isolated symptoms. Beyond diagnostic categories, a fluid understanding of mental states. The DSM and ICD, the dominant diagnostic manuals in psychiatry, attempt to classify mental health conditions into rigid categories. While these frameworks provide useful guidelines, they fail to capture the fluidity of mental states. Many individuals do not fit neatly into a single diagnosis. Instead, they exhibit overlapping symptoms that change over time. Someone diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder, for instance, may also experience depressive episodes, highlighting the artificial separation between conditions. Emergent psychiatry argues that mental health conditions should be understood as fluid states rather than fixed disorders. Instead of rigidly applying labels, mental health professionals should recognize that psychological distress is a spectrum of emergent patterns. By shifting away from categorical diagnoses and toward dynamic assessment models, psychiatry can better reflect the lived experiences of individuals. Feedback loops and mental health crises. Mental health crises often emerge from self-perpetuating feedback loops. For example, someone who experiences social anxiety may avoid social interactions, reinforcing their fear and deepening their sense of isolation. Similarly, trauma survivors may develop avoidance behaviors that temporarily relieve distress, but ultimately prevent healing, leading to chronic psychological distress. Understanding these feedback loops allows for interventions that break negative cycles and promote positive self-organization. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and mindfulness-based interventions, for instance, work by disrupting maladaptive patterns and encouraging the development of new, healthier cognitive and emotional responses. Emergent psychiatry emphasizes the importance of identifying and modifying these loops, treating mental health not as a static state, but as an evolving process of self-regulation. The role of social and environmental factors in emergent psychiatry. Psychiatric models often prioritize biological explanations for mental health conditions, focusing on genetics and neurochemistry. While these factors are crucial, they do not operate in isolation. Social determinants of mental health, such as economic status, education, community support, and systemic inequalities, play an equally significant role in shaping psychological well-being. Emergent psychiatry acknowledges that individual mental health cannot be separated from broader societal conditions. For example, studies have shown that poverty, discrimination, and exposure to violence significantly increase the risk of developing mental health disorders. Conversely, strong social support networks and community engagement serve as protective factors that promote resilience. By adopting an emergent perspective, psychiatry can integrate social, economic, and cultural considerations into treatment plans. This approach calls for systemic interventions such as policies that address economic inequality, educational reforms that incorporate emotional intelligence training, and urban planning that prioritizes mental well-being. Neuroplasticity and the potential for mental health transformation. One of the most promising insights of emergent psychiatry is the recognition that mental health is not fixed. The brain's neuroplasticity allows individuals to reshape their thought patterns, emotional responses, and behavioral tendencies over time. This means that even severe psychological distress can be alleviated through intentional changes in cognitive and environmental conditions. Therapies that leverage neuroplasticity, such as mindfulness, exposure therapy, and neurofeedback, demonstrate how individuals can rewire their brains through consistent practice. Similarly, lifestyle changes like exercise, diet, and sleep optimization contribute to long-term mental well-being. By emphasizing adaptability and self-directed transformation, emergent psychiatry shifts the focus from symptom suppression to empowerment and long-term healing. Integrating emerging technologies into mental health treatment. Technological advancements are reshaping the landscape of mental health care. Artificial intelligence, digital therapy platforms, and neurotechnology are enabling new approaches to diagnosing, monitoring, and treating psychological conditions. AI-driven mental health chatbots, for example, provide immediate emotional support, while virtual reality therapy is being used to treat PTSD and phobias. Emergent psychiatry embraces these innovations, recognizing that technology can serve as a valuable tool for enhancing accessibility and personalization in mental health care. However, it also warns against over-reliance on mechanistic solutions. While digital interventions offer promising benefits, they should complement rather than replace human-centered therapeutic relationships. The future of mental health care lies in a hybrid model where technology and human intuition work in synergy to support well-being. Rethinking mental health policy through an emergent lens. Mental health policy has traditionally been reactive, focusing on treating disorders after they emerge, rather than preventing them in the first place. Emergent psychiatry advocates for a proactive, systems-based approach that prioritizes mental health as a foundational component of societal well-being. This includes expanding access to preventative mental health education in schools, encouraging workplaces to integrate mental health support into their organizational culture, investing in community-based mental health initiatives that reduce isolation and stigma, reforming legal and healthcare policies to ensure equitable access to mental health care. By viewing mental health as an emergent system influenced by multiple interwoven factors, policymakers can develop solutions that address root causes rather than just treating symptoms. Toward a new paradigm of mental well-being. Emergent psychiatry represents a paradigm shift in how we understand and approach mental health. It challenges outdated reductionist models, recognizing that well-being is not the mere absence of disorder, but an ongoing process of adaptation, self-regulation, and transformation. by integrating insights from neuroscience, psychology, sociology, and philosophy. This approach offers a more holistic, flexible, and humane way to support mental well-being. As mental health care continues to evolve, embracing emergence allows us to move beyond static diagnoses and rigid treatments toward a future where individuals are empowered to actively shape their psychological landscapes. By fostering resilience, adaptability, and interconnectedness, emergent psychiatry opens new possibilities for healing, growth, and human flourishing. Emergent Philosophy, Chapter 7, Emergent Psychiatry, Rethinking Mental Health and Well-Being. The future of mental health in an emergent world. As we move forward into an era of rapid transformation in mental health care, it is essential to recognize that psychiatric well-being cannot be reduced to simplistic models of chemical imbalances, static diagnoses, or one-size-fits-all treatment plans. The human mind is not an isolated mechanism, but a dynamic, emergent system influenced by countless interconnected factors: biological, psychological, social, and technological. Emergent psychiatry urges us to shift away from reductionist paradigms that have dominated the field for decades and instead embrace a fluid, integrative, and adaptive approach. The recognition that mental health is not a linear process, but an emergent phenomenon invites us to rethink everything from how we diagnose and treat disorders to how we structure mental health policies and societal well-being. A new approach to treatment and healing. Historically, psychiatry has focused on symptom management, relying heavily on pharmaceutical interventions. While medications can play a valuable role in stabilizing certain conditions, they are not a universal solution. Emergent psychiatry encourages us to explore a broader range of interventions that align with the principles of neuroplasticity, self-organization, and systemic adaptation. Therapies that promote cognitive flexibility, such as mindfulness-based interventions, cognitive behavioral techniques, and somatic practices, allow individuals to reshape maladaptive thought patterns and behavioral responses. Community-based support networks, social prescriptions, and lifestyle interventions further reinforce the idea that mental health is not simply a biological state, but an emergent process shaped by relationships and environments. Rather than forcing individuals into rigid diagnostic categories, the future of mental health care should be guided by flexible, personalized, and iterative approaches that adapt to the unique complexities of each person's life. The intersection of technology and mental health. The rise of digital technology presents both opportunities and challenges for mental health care. AI-driven diagnostics, digital therapy platforms, and wearable neurotechnology offer innovative ways to monitor and support mental well-being. However, these advancements must be integrated responsibly, ensuring they enhance human-centered care rather than replacing the deep therapeutic relationships that foster true healing. Emergent psychiatry envisions a future where technology serves as an augmentation of human insight, providing personalized, real-time mental health support while still maintaining the essential elements of empathy, connection, and holistic care. AI-driven mental health tools should not be seen as solutions in themselves, but as emergent aids within a larger ecosystem of support. a call for systemic change. Mental health does not exist in a vacuum. It is inextricably linked to societal structures, cultural norms, and policy frameworks. If we are to embrace an emergent model of psychiatry, we must also advocate for systemic change. This means redesigning mental health education to emphasize emotional intelligence, self-regulation, and resilience from an early age. Shifting public health policies to prioritize prevention, not just treatment. Creating economic and social environments that reduce stressors such as inequality, discrimination, and job insecurity, which contribute to mental distress. Ensuring that mental health care is accessible, equitable, and adaptable to diverse populations and communities. Through this emergent lens, we see that mental health is not merely an individual issue. It is a collective responsibility that requires collaboration across disciplines, institutions, and societies. The evolution of mental health care. By embracing emergent psychiatry, we are not just rethinking how we treat mental health conditions, we are redefining what it means to be mentally well. No longer confined to rigid categories or static treatments, mental health care in an emergent world is about adaptability, resilience, and the continuous interplay between internal and external factors. It is about recognizing that healing is a non-linear process and that true well-being arises from integration, self-awareness, and meaningful connections. As we transition into this new era of mental health understanding,